Not Magellan. I think I can remember it.
Are we on, Gary?
Not quite. Ready, we're live.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to this special meeting of the Mahone Bay Town Council to continue the discussion of the 24-25 budgeting or budget development process. We have regrets from our deputy mayor this morning. He will not be joining us. So with that, we'll begin by acknowledging that we are gathered this morning again in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral, present, and future territory of the Mi'kmaq people. This morning we gather with the intent followed by the Living Peace and Friendship Treaties, and we do so with respect, cooperation, and coexistence. Call the meeting to order. You have an agenda which was emailed to you. What do you wish?
To the agenda as emailed, Your Worship.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Now. Moved and seconded to accept the agenda as presented. All in favor? The motion is carried. First item on the agenda is a discussion of the draft 2024-2025 annual budget. Did you want to say anything to share the blame before we get started?
I'll just give a brief introduction here, thank you. So this is now, I guess this is our fourth budget session. And we had gotten through some revisions of the operating budget. At our last meeting, we went through and made some revisions of the capital budget. So this morning we have a revised capital budget to review. And the opportunity here with our Manager of Public Works and Transportation, Jonathan Nolan, is here this morning. So we're just going to start off with any questions on that. I'll run through the document and just point out the few changes we made before we get going. And then if there are any questions, direct them to me, and then I'll direct them to Jonathan if you don't mind, because there are certain projects that he's been the lead on, and there are some projects that we've had external engineers, and I'm usually the one to speak to. Sorry, Richard, what was your question?
It was the capital budget, right?
Yes, yeah, so it's this document if you have the printout. So the changes are highlighted. We can focus on the changes first, and then we'll just ask any questions for any section. The changes actually begin in the transportation section, so that's we realize it's not paginated. That's the fourth page in, not counting the reverse pages, just transportation projects. It starts with prior year projects, and so the highlighted ones are the changes.
Page 5, actually.
No.
Yeah, sorry, it's page 4 if you don't count the reverse pages. So the projects highlighted here are the ones that were changed. The Clearway Street Shoulder project is actually moved into the 2025-26 year to give us time for further consideration. So you don't see that on that page, but then if you move to the next page, you can see where it's been highlighted that it actually was zeroed out in the current year column. The next one that was changed in this section is the Main Street West water wastewater project. We've now received the latest estimates from our contractor, and after some discussion, I've updated the budget to be reflective of that and reflective of inclusion or exclusion of certain options that were quoted on. So that's the latest in terms of that project being reflected accurately.
Can you pass me that other one over there? Because I don't, Kelly don't have the,
Okay, yeah, I thought you might have had an older.
no, they passed me one here this morning.
Oh, okay.
Must have been an older one. Thank you.
And then the deleted at the bottom there, that was the crosswalk improvements where we decided that we would do them concurrently with the other major road projects rather than doing them all at one time. So we will still be doing crosswalk improvements on Main Street and Edgewater Street as we do those projects, do that roadway improvement. Or if we add any new crosswalks, they'll be done up to that standard. But some of the existing ones, not in those particular areas, will wait, and we can revisit that at another time.
Excuse me, where is the crosswalk reference?
Well, it just says deleted because.
Oh, deleted, oh.
Down on the bottom there, okay.
I was just telling you, that's what used to be there, now it's gone. I guess I could have put a cross through it, but I don't think Excel actually supports strike through as a, so I would have had to do it in some weird manual way. Is this not an option?
So can I just ask, sorry,
Sure, yeah, just
because
any questions on that?
I'm catching up here, but, and I apologize, but the Main Street West project, water wastewater says deleted, but where is that now?
Oh, sorry, the deleted was another project underneath it. The
Okay.
deleted was the crosswalk improvements project, so the discussion that you missed, and you're the one who originally forwarded this to budget, so I should fill you in. The discussion that you missed on the crosswalk improvements was just that, rather than doing them all at one time, we would break them up and do them as part of those road projects.
Right, and the road project itself, like the water wastewater is still on schedule?
Yeah, the only change to the water wastewater project was there were two optional components that were quoted. One was for stormwater management and one was for the pressure reduction valves. And we decided to leave in the stormwater and take out the pressure reduction valves in this draft. And obviously that leaving the stormwater was pending a discussion that we'll revisit on the operating budget with respect to the revenue. So there's a
So where
little
does it-
more to that that we'll talk.
Where does it show that, Bill?
Where does it show that it's
The Main Street
the
West?
components?
Yeah.
Well, so for the
There's nothing in there, it's just wall blank, so.
well, yeah, the different components are in different sections,
Oh,
so,
okay.
if you go down to stormwater, little skip here, let me see how many pages in that, sorry, it's a lack of pagination on this version. I think it's gonna be easier if you just go down to where the heading stormwater appears on the top of the page, because to count all the pages and tell you to count how many pages is hard. But we will eventually get to stormwater, it's one of the last sections. So the stormwater page. Oh, okay, so the stormwater page you're looking for is like this. If you can find a stormwater page that looks like that, it says stormwater up at the top, and then it has a list of projects.
I think it's towards the end, like.
Oh, okay. So just
So-
parenthetically, is it possible to have pagination?
It is, yeah,
Okay.
it just literally was a button that wasn't clicked when we
Okay.
printed these, and once we printed them, it was like, well, I think we'll just go ahead. To save the trees a little, yeah, sorry about that, that was, the final version will make absolutely sure all these little details are corrected. So Richard, to your question, on this page, one column was too tight, so you can't actually see the number, but that's fine, because the number's right next to it, so the stormwater component is 2.44 million. So that's the,
Okay.
that was a big change, because when we budgeted that project, we only had about $500,000 in the budget for stormwater.
That's item 6, right?
Yeah, and that's item 6, and that was the discussion we had. We are looking for, we're exploring some other options that could be potentially a little more cost effective, but ultimately reflective of council's conversation. We're, in this draft, we're presenting a revenue stream intended to facilitate stormwater capital, so we'll talk about that. And then this would be the kind of the first big stormwater project in the realm of stormwater that we're now entering, because it is such a priority with fund allocation. So that was a big change, that was an increase of about $1.8 million. And that was basically because when we actually got the engineers involved, they identified this very large stormwater component to the project that hadn't really been fleshed out before, and it was extensively discussed in a meeting 2 weeks ago. So, sorry to skip all the way back to where I was, there are not that many that I need to highlight the changes, we've been through a lot of the key changes already. But I'll just tell you how to get to the next significant change that was done here. Second. All right, so the next significant change that was done is in the environmental development section. So again, you better look for green, dark green top that says environmental development. And the big change there was that the wharf repair project, which is project number 3, we've had a lot of back and forth in the course of the last couple of months here. So it went into the draft budget, and now it's been moved forward to 25-26. In moving that project forward to 25-26, council did ask me to follow up with the engineers with 2 questions concerning essentially whether, if the workspace continues to subside and Public Works tracks that, if it continues to subside, whether there would be steps that we should take in terms of not installing the floating dock or having a berth on that end of the wharf or anything like that, that would be a precautionary step in case, being as we're not immediately affecting the repairs, we would be able to, prevent any actual damage to a boat or anything like that. And the other question was with respect to the storage of vessels and how the storage of vessels could or could not impact the structure of the wharf. So those two questions, I have referred to the engineers. I was told that I'd probably get an answer by today, and I may, but I haven't yet, and I'm already sitting down here, so. But that's moved off 25, 26, so we don't actually need an answer today, so I just wanted to be able to update you. Any questions on that one? Alright, so moving on. And again, there's not many more to discuss here, but just on the very next page, or the page after that, starts with recreation and culture. So depending on which page you want, it might be one more page. Under number 2, down under current year projects, community field accessibility. So that project had 2 components in the project. One was accessible pathways to seating, and that's in the like at the area off the community field that the town owns, which is the old orchard area. And we're putting in a couple of picnic tables, so there's concrete walkways from the, or not concrete walkways, I guess I'm not sure, but the accessible walkways to be determined that would go from the walking track to the picnic tables. So similar to the concrete one down at WIC. So we go with concrete, we might go with concrete, but whatever material it is that we can affordably source and that Ellen says is appropriately accessible, that's that component, and we left that in. But the other component was the shade for bleacher seating, which is another thing that came out of our accessibility audit of the facility, was to have shade over the bleachers. And that one we moved into 25, 26. So they're both showing as part of the project, which they are, but only one of them is included in the 25 and the 24, 25 budget. And I think that. Oh, yeah, the other addition would be under fire service, so that's three more pages away. And this was just to ensure that side-by-side and trailer purchases were appropriately reflected here. And on the operating budget side, actually it's reflected the revenue donated from the fire department to the reserve, and that will be the source of the purchase. Does anyone have any questions on that one? All right,
You okay with that one?
and I think everything else was, oh,
That was the fire department increasing their donation up to 141,000, and it's just a flow through.
Yeah.
This isn't actually
To accommodate.
This isn't coming out of the tax base.
Okay.
yeah,
It's just an.
which is a great testament to the value of fundraising.
No,
because
it's
these things are
fantastic,
coming
phenomenal.
from Fundraising activity. So those were all the changes that were made after last meeting. On the very last page of the document, so on the reverse, at the very end, you can just flip it over. On the very last page, you'll see the updated version of the total consequence to reserves. So basically, everything that we look at in this entire 52 pages is summarized here on the reverse of the final page, so it's just up in the back. And so that has been updated as well. I didn't highlight them because pretty much, well, most of them received some updating from the changes above. The significant factor here, I guess, is that the general capital reserve purchasing was reduced quite a bit with a number of the projects that were moved off having been planned to be funded from general capital reserve. We are still showing the use of the Sustainable Services Growth and Canada Community Building Fund. Basically, those projects would be reserve funded from the capital reserve, but we would use those special purpose reserves. The Canada Community Building Fund is undergoing negotiation right now, so the criteria for projects may change. Right now, it's extremely broad. I don't expect it to become substantially more restricted, but in the meantime, it might behoove us to actually use the money that's been accumulating in that before our general purpose capital fund. So that's how it's set up. It's what we drain the 2 special purpose reserves before using the general capital funds. And other than that, there's a couple small changes, obviously reflective of the additions and deletions in there. There's, and the resulting overall percentage external in the budget did fall from, I think it was 40 before to 34. That was essentially the inclusion of that stormwater component, because that stormwater component, as we discussed, that was not externally funded. So the decision to proceed with that, and again, that's why we've discussed the need to have revenue for that in the operating side. So that was the biggest impact of those changes. And then you can see these mapped back to the status of funds on your operating document. But I think before we kind of run through quickly the changes on the operating side, since we've got the capital in front of us, and we've got Jonathan here, this would be a good opportunity for questions. I know that last time around, there was a question for the rationale around the backhoe purchase. And I don't know, Rich, was that your question? Do you want to re-articulate that to Jonathan this morning? Is that-
I was just wondering why we need to replace the backhoe. It seems to be in pretty good shape. It doesn't get used a whole lot for the purpose of a backhoe.
Yes, yes.
So I'm just wondering why the expense of replacing it.
So the hoe right now is a 2010,
Mhm.
which isn't a lot of hours, only goes in 3,800 hours. Wasn't maintained well internally, but it's still operational. It's probably our best tool in our toolbox because you use so many things. So after a full round of winter snow removal and using the new 550 and the 250 and the new sidewalk machine, the 5-ton, which is our oldest piece of equipment in the fleet, and most unreliable of everything. It's shown its age, it's got holes in the floor, it's got a motor in it that's any day could die, they've been known for it. It sat most of the winter, and it sits all spring, summer, and fall. We use it once in a while just to move some gravel around, which we already do what was purchased for our stockpile. So long story short, it's a piece of equipment that sits around, it's very expensive to replace, so why replace it, just to remove the snow? Because we only use it really technically for Main Street and Edgewater, which is 2 main streets. And I know our winter wasn't that hard this winter where before, but the 550 did it hands down, no problem. So we said, why we even keep it? Why even have that extra piece, that extra asset? Why purchase another one if we're not gonna use it? The backhoes we replace next year, just because of the age and condition of it is. It does look great. You get a nice power wash, and here last year kind of prettied up, like lipstick on the paint kind of thing. But anyway, we so why not just push the backhoe ahead 1 year? Just delete 5-ton, we don't need the 5-ton anymore. Save that money and the difference. Buy a plow for on the front of the backhoe for one of those white lawn storms we might need that machine for. And we'll have to buy a spreader for the second truck. Because we don't want to be down in one truck with one spreader. And you want some redundancy just in case one breaks down. So that's the whole mindset. Why have 2 pieces when you use one? Less maintenance costs. And also just maintaining it. It's just, that's the biggest, our fleet is old. You know, that's one of the last pieces, it is the last piece, especially after you're in the 5-ton. And just do its routine maintenance. I mean, a fleet should be turned around every 5 years. It's not 5 years, sorry, 7 years. And, you know, kind of like the average. We're in like 2 seasons, 2 round seasons, 14 years, 2 pieces of equipment. So it's lucky it lasts that long, but that's the mindset. Why?
Okay. So included in this backhoe, you're saying, you said next year, are you planning on getting a plow for that? This
It's
year,
all-
in this budget?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
no. It's all part of that number. And we've already went out and did some shopping and, through Canoe and standing offers to the province and all that. Kind of narrowed down what we need, and the numbers are a little smaller than what that is, so it's. To
And
me,
this
also-
will also entail the disposal of the existing backhoe and the disposal of the existing 5-ton. We didn't show any revenue for those disposals, but there will be some residual value. And that always goes to the capital, well, the equipment reserve.
And then, the JCB we have now is a great facilities equipment. I mean, has, produced a knock in the engine in the last 6 months, which concerns us. Will it die tomorrow? I don't know, it could last 5 years. But, the old backhoe doesn't have a thumb. It's not detachable, quick bucket or hole in the back. It wasn't as a plow. Like, you'll see a lot of things now running there.
Do you use the hoe in the back much?
Sorry,
Do you use the hoe in the back much?
that's what we use the most, believe it or not.
Really?
During, the off, non-winter season.
Mhm. Okay.
The bucket in the front, we use mostly in the winter, whereas I should be it's just possible.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other questions on any of the capital projects?
Just, I guess, one comment about the overall program. So I guess you alluded to it on the back page, and not every councillor's had the chance of being here at every meeting. And some meetings we've had more elaborate conversations about some of the moves and adds and changes. as the budget's evolved over the last 6 weeks or so. But I think that when you look at that 34%, versus the 40-odd% I think we've been anchored to as far as the external internal funding ratio. I mean, I'm assuming that's based entirely on the conversation last week on stormwater. The inclusion of that incremental significant capital investment to solve the stormwater problem on Main Street.
That and then the updating of the general estimates for the project. So I think we had a 13% increase in the project
Right.
overall, and then
So-
that addition.
So I think like, it might be helpful just so everyone can get their heads back on the original numbers that we contemplated for Main Street. The multiple versions, I mean, I think we were in my second year on council when we put those proposals into the federal government. Like these proposals this is 6 years we've been waiting for this money to come through. So it's good news it's coming through, but the numbers are a lot bigger. And so I think to Councillor Wilson's point earlier about the way the budget splits, we're splitting between the various categories, but when you really look at the whole project, I'm thinking it's gotta be over 8 million now, isn't it? I mean, we have those other, I think having the all-in version, the all-in number would be just helpful for us just to keep in mind, because those are the numbers that we've been, contemplating these last 2 building seasons as we've waited patiently for the federal
Absolutely.
government.
And I think one of the things we usually talk about as we get towards the end of the budget process is the formulation of a press release on some key points.
Mhm.
And certainly that project and, the different benefits of that project and what it entails and the external funding would be something that we really basically want to highlight in that press release. So that will also help people to get the overall context.
Just refresh my memory. The bridge that goes to the water garden, is that being replaced this year?
That's a great question for Jonathan. So can you maybe just give us the steps as well as what we're now doing?
Yeah,
just
so
people
initially
know.
last year, we some money in there to upgrade the railing system and put a sign up. So once we started the actual railing install, we had finished it, and we started it. We found that the actual steel structure underneath on the aquatic garden side, where it goes on the abutment, is all rotten, which is now a bridge,
Mhm.
huge concerns and.
Heavy traffic.
Yeah, exactly. So in the way the bridge was actually built back in the early 80s or 70s, would never ever come close to today's standards. So we circled back, got an engineer involved, give us some actually standard drawings on how to build a new bridge with steel structure, with new plank on top of the railing. So that is for this year. Hopefully it's approved. It needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I know, like, bits.
It doesn't crown up anymore, it crowns down. Just the way it was actually built, it was actually 4 pieces of bridge.
So it is being replaced this year.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. The steel's ordered, actually presented here yesterday.
It's a common trend, I think we're all used to, and, for the public as you follow, when we get into these older buildings and older structures that the town has had for so long, and on the surface, they may appear to be in fairly good condition, but obviously, we know when we build something, as Jonathan said, a piece of equipment has a good life for 7 years, you can get 14 years out of it. That doesn't mean that you're getting good value at year 14, and it's much the same thing with the buildings and structures. We're playing catch up. But this will certainly get us a new lease on life for the aquatic garden access. And it'll look nicer when it's all said and done. It'll be a little wider when it's all said and
Yeah, a
done.
little wider, build heavier, cold galvanized, so it'll hold the arms a lot longer than just painted steel.
And a monster on top, from what I.
They haven't signed off on it yet, but what they saw that we were putting up the, have a sign will go over on the one side. And so temporarily, as part of the framing, there were these 2 large posts on the other side. And that got them thinking, well, probably up there, you could put one of these monsters. So that's where the request came from. But we haven't formally received the request.
In terms of consistency of signage in the town, will it have a name across the top that would be kind of equal and similar to the one at Bayview Cemetery?
It actually will be very, very similar to one at
Okay,
Baby Cemetery. We workshop the specific design with the garden club and the chamber, but it's the same designer as the Baby Cemetery sign.
So I have, if I may have budget 101 questions. So just going back to the fire service and the discussion of the side by side and the trailer, and Councillor Feeney referred to the flow through. Could you just go through what that represents?
Yeah, absolutely. So on this document itself, each of the fire projects that is funded from the fire reserve are referenced with a specific code. And when we follow that down to the very last page there, that's the FE code. There's $133,000 being spent from the reserve. So that's the full impact of this budget on the fire reserve. Now, how is the fire reserve funded? And for anybody watching, I think that's probably the interesting part, is the fire reserve is funded in a combination of a few different ways. The town and the fire department society each contribute $25,000 a year as a base amount for the reserve. Also, any donations made to the town, so these would be receivable donations for fire service, those are contributed to the fire reserve as well. So you've got those amounts. And then if the fire department society has raised enough additional funds that they want to facilitate the purchase of any other equipment, and in this case, there's two pieces, the side-by-side and the trailer for the side-by-side, those funds are further contributed to the reserve. So this year, the reserve number that Joe referenced is all of those components. It's our estimated donations, it's the mandatory component contributions from the town and the society, and then it's also the additional component for the side-by-side and trailer purchases. So essentially, the reserve
And the
this
funding
year
of the loan.
is expected to grow slightly more than the contributions to the reserve, and that's shown instead as the funds. And Joe mentioned another point, which is that the full transfer from the society, so this is not to fire reserve, which is why I didn't mention it, but the full transfer in the operating budget is to fire reserve and to cover off the agreed to principal and interest with respect to the hall portion of the station project. So it's budget 101 is a full class, so you could probably actually
Thank
give you
you.
credit for.
If I may, just more an operational question, Jonathan, but given that we have $320,000 to fix up the old fire hall for your use, and I assume that includes an office for you.
Yeah, that's not included in that, but that's just.
Can you give us some suggestion as to when that eyesore behind us disappear? And when your office is closed?
Once we have a home to put the equipment that's in that garage and some of the equipment up there, we get final approval and we'll come there. That's one of the easiest part of this project, actually. Probably the most enjoyable for myself.
I imagine Tony will want to swing the hammer. Yeah.
I wanna
I'll
put
do
it
it more broken in.
in the bid for the doors.
We have a demolition party?
That's a good idea.
Absolutely.
And if we do get any proceedings back on the doors, obviously those would get contributed back to the reserve as well.
Yeah.
So if I may,
Yes,
my
please.
second budget 101 question is about the last page. Where it shows all the sources for the capital expenditures. So that figure at the bottom, the 10.8 million, is that our total capital expenditure proposed?
So no, the total is actually that plus the 5.663 below.
Ah.
So the 10 is the town share of the total budget, and then the external share is the 5.66. And that's what gets you the 34% is the bottom. So yes, in the final version, I'll put a total as well, it might be helpful to have, but it is the total of those two numbers.
Oh, the total, okay.
And the external, I should note, sought and projected, I just had a good conversation with Department of Municipal Affairs. So they have announced the beautification, streetscaping, provincial capital assistance program and flood risk infrastructure investment program grants for the year. So those will be applications due on June 13th. I do intend to apply for all of them. Because, of course, but which ones and for what projects is, but that's what we've been working out. So it's a good opportunity to give a quick update on that while we're here. It's really for capital budget, and this is the $300,000 in there that's been sought or projected and not confirmed yet. So I've confirmed the PCAP eligibility of the Fairmont Pine Grove stormwater project. The PCAP eligibility flows from the diversion of stormwater out of our wastewater system. So that's what makes it an eligible project, but that has been confirmed, so we're gonna work on getting 50% funding for that. What will happen is we'll probably find out by early August, which would be like just in time for hopefully contractors getting out, so we're still hoping to be doing the project this summer, but I think we can still get the funding. And it's always a little tricky because they're same year funding programs. The flood risk infrastructure investment's a little bit more tricky. I'm not 100% sure will actually apply this year. But you know, what the question on that is basically, is it the design of upgraded culverts and holding ponds and that kind of thing, or the actual construction of them? So we have an upgraded culvert construction on the Y Street culvert that does, I think, qualify because it's a water course as opposed to stormwater culvert. But we also could get funding for engineering of a kind of a holdback of water above that point, because what I'd like to do is engineer a pond there that would serve to hold back water and release it at a certain level, as opposed to just flowing it as fast as possible. So that engineering work is something we wouldn't necessarily be doing unless we got some funding for it. So it wouldn't necessarily offset the cost here in this budget. What would offset these is whether the Y Street culvert itself could receive 50% subsidization. So we're gonna explore that. I'm not 100% on that one yet. And then for beautification and streetscaping, you may recall we said we would work with a number of different community organizations on Edgewater Street. So we have had a discussion with the Three Churches Foundation. There's an interest in some interpreter signage about the churches, which would be a nice fit with the rest of our interpreter signage projects on Edgewater Street. Still gonna meet with the Chamber and the Heritage Boat Co-op, but if you review the grant applications, you know, there were applications for Edgewater streetscaping from the Heritage Boat Co-op with their base ship proposal. So we're working on that. It's only $25,000 grant. We're eligible to receive some for the facade of the comfort station, which obviously could be all of the 25,000. But if we have a couple of small components, we can facilitate these external projects rather than us granting without the 50% contribution. We're exploring that. So there'll be subsequent reports to council on the June 11th meeting. But you know, that's 2 days before the deadline. So I'm giving you a little preview now because that's the kind of speed by which we have to move when there's an opportunity for provincial funding. So I'm not going to apply for anything that isn't already in the budget, and it's just a chance to subsidize some of these projects. But I just wanted to provide that quick update. Any other questions for Jonathan? All right. Well, I'd say you'd probably be about 30 minutes, so that's not too bad. We can get back out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. We'll get some more lipstick on that.
So I think what might make the most sense now is just to quickly recap the changes to the operating budget that have happened as a consequence of the last two meetings before moving into the utilities budgets, which obviously we haven't reviewed in detail. Is everybody comfortable with that idea? Especially Ashley, because I'm gonna ask for your help with this part. So we did make a number of revisions that were described at the last meeting. I'm not gonna walk through all of them specifically in detail, but actually maybe you can just speak to the status of funds and summary and highlight anything that you think is, you know, particularly relevant there.
I think the first thing we probably should go onto the revenues tab and discuss the stormwater. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So on page 11, we have stormwater charges, which we discussed last
You have page numbers this time.
discussion.
Page 11 of the operating budget document. David, do you have an operating budget there? Yeah, you do. Yeah.
So we discussed, let me get to my notes here. We discussed a $202 surcharge, and so I ran the numbers based on the same infrastructure unit counts, and it's $173,000 in revenue. And on the note to the revenue page, I have, I somehow can't find the note, but it should be right there. I have
16.
Oh, yeah, okay, there we go, perfect. So I have, I created a very similar table to the infrastructure to just show you a variance of what revenue would be based on something less than 202 and more than 202. The actual calculation comes out to 202 spot 23, so, but those are just pennies that I probably could remove, but for just presentation. But yeah, so that was council's.
So I guess, yeah,
Until directive.
council asked us to come up with an amount.
Yeah.
We should probably just walk through for anyone viewing how this amount was determined. So the 202.23 is essentially a recommended increase on the infrastructure charge. So there's 852 units of infrastructure charge representing existing or potential dwelling units in town. And each of them would be levied a flat rate charge. So what we did was we totaled up the stormwater spending, capital spending coming up in the next 10 years. And we essentially did the same thing we did with the fire to determine what an increase it would be necessary now to be able to cover those costs as they happen over the next 10 years. So that's how we got to this number. I think we had about $4.1 million of stormwater infrastructure spending anticipated in the next 10 years. In practice, it's probably going to be even more than that. As we know, stormwater continues to be a growing challenge. This is essentially the biggest cost of the climate change on our infrastructure. I think at this point is, waterfront stormwater challenges with the harbor, and then stormwater challenges from rainfall to the community. It's been very sensitive last year. So this number that we came to was to use a flat rate charge because that's what council requested. Obviously, there are other models that are in use. The predominant model is based on permeable square footage on a property. So what you're doing is you're basically still trying to generate $173,000, but rather than generating it at a flat rate charge per dwelling unit or potential dwelling unit, you'd be charging it on the basis of what percentage of each property had pavement or roof surfaces and other impermeable area. It's a very complicated administrative process, and so with such a small area at a relatively small staff, it doesn't seem like an easy model to apply. Understanding what it would do is it would redistribute the cost differently across the community. So we're using an instrument that is probably not perfect, but also much more straightforward to apply and to explain. So that's how we ended up with this charge. If you look at the city of Halifax, they use the permeable structures basis, and we have several staff and an AI informed program that do all the math, but for us, this was the recommended approach. So.
And we've annualized this over 30 years for a 3-year investment, so just for technical.
I think the salient point, Dylan, that we talked about at length at the last meeting, which is a conversation not all council had the benefit of participating in, fair enough, was that we need like 60% of that 10-year capital projection immediately. So that's the big hiccup. We don't have the opportunity to smooth into this over a decade because we need several $1 million this summer to start making the repairs that we need to make. And
yeah, in that case, it's actually said if we do that 2.4 million that I just explained to Richard's question on the capital for stormwater on Main Street West, if we do that 2.4 million, we'd be doing it through borrowing. And as a result of doing it through borrowing, we would then tie up a fair chunk of the newly created revenue in that project. So we had to go above that sufficiently to both assume that we're borrowing for that because it will happen too quickly to amass the money to cover it. And then also have a revenue stream for future projects, which hopefully will not get paid by borrowing, but it all depends on the timing of those projects and whether we're able to accumulate a stormwater reserve. We do recommend this money go to a dedicated stormwater reserve.
Councilor Wilson.
Couple things. Historically, the infrastructure charge was basically decided at council by a flip of a coin. There was a decision made to make it a clear and obvious fixed charge for PIE versus just adding a few cents to the tax rate. This represents a 60% increase on that charge, give or take a penny or two. Nobody's gonna differentiate between the $300 that's just for capital and the $200 that's for specific kind of capital. It's gonna be a 60% increase. So excluding the cost of my divorce, I'm wondering if we should consider, or has it been considered to make this part of the general tax rate rather than adding it in this way? And I'm thinking in terms of my first and only meeting about the budget, which was And I thought we had about $500,000 of funds in excess that we didn't need for operations based on the overall increase in assessments, because we have like a 20% increase in assessments. And if we held our costs to inflation, 5%, we have a bunch of money left over. And my contention was that money should all be earmarked as reserves. Clearly, this could be one of them. But I don't know that happened. And I wasn't here to watch, so I apologize for that.
Okay. CAO?
So I guess two things. First off, I think the notion of doing a two tax rate is absolutely worth considering. As far as doing a two tax rate with no increase in the tax rate, I certainly don't think that that's going to be possible. The first piece was that we didn't have a 20% increase in assessments. We had an increase of 9 point something, it's shown in here.
Net count, yeah.
And so that net increase in assessments was about 50% from growth of assessment and 50% from new construction. The 50% attributable to increased assessment costs on existing properties is basically paralleled by an increase in our base operating costs for electricity and chemicals and everything. So the moving, the space we had from increased assessment was really from the new construction. And when you look at across the board, the number of additional services and things that contemplated in this budget, you know, that's where that's gone. So we've added some new services and some increased capacity, things like bylaw enforcement. We've done that in this budget. That was the room we had to work with, was that 4 point something, it's in the documents, percentage that was represented from actual new construction. So new construction, new services, growth in existing assessment, increased costs in existing services. So I think the question would be, what would be the tax rate equivalent to the $173,000? And actually, I think that's about 8 cents.
Yeah, I'd say that.
So, I mean, the reason why we're having this conversation now is that we received new information in the middle of the budget process that suggested that the stormwater issues that we all received significant complaints about along the Main Street corridor is like a gigantic amount of money, more than anyone could have ever found. And so only with, now that we're in receipt of this new information, we're just figuring out like, okay, we've got this problem. Well, solution number one is go back to all the homeowners that are being flooded regularly now, which is a new phenomenon, driven by, you know, climate change issues, I suppose, and other construction, changes of water courses, more building on higher grounds, and all the things we all know about. So we gathered to have two choices. We can tell those homeowners we're not going to be in a position to solve that problem, because that was not the funding and the capital was not in version, 20 for 21. It's only in version 28. So we have a new service, a new capital project that we never thought we needed. Well, we all knew we needed it. We never wanted to look it right in the eye and say, good God, how are we going to fund it? And we have a plan to fund it. And remember, like, the province requires us to keep our borrowing ratio aligned with our revenue stream. So in this case, the only way to be even in a position to be allowed to borrow this money is to have another revenue stream. Now we can get it either a flat rate, which I would subscribe is appropriate, or we could get it through the tax base, which I think is less appropriate. But if we're going to do the project, we need the revenue, and because it's a completely incremental service that we're providing. It's not apples and apples with where we've been in the past.
CAO?
And I guess just to add 2 things to that, especially for anybody watching, Joe's showcasing one major project that has come to light. It would obviously not be the only one. So if someone is thinking, well, what does this charge mean? It's going to be all across town, but it's only going to do this one specific thing. What really this charge represents is the ability for council to hear about stormwater challenges around the community and address those going forward. So this is a dedicated mechanism that will be specifically dedicated to addressing stormwater issues going forward. We have one big project that would be the first thing that would be approached, but it's not the only thing that this money would go to fund. So just so people understand, this is a long lasting approach to the way that we're handling stormwater capital. And then also it's possibly not gonna be as much as it says here, like this is a budget. So we're still working with the engineers and there's a hope that we'll be able to knock that stormwater number down by as much as 30%. Obviously, we're gonna try to do anything we can to reduce the cost. We're not just saying, well, it costs this much, and we're not even gonna try to reduce the cost. We are gonna keep making everything reduce those costs. As far as the tax rate point that Joe made, I just wanted to specifically say, when you talk about, whether it should be on the tax base or not, the risk is, of course, it's not allocated specifically to fund a specific type of thing. So over time, that tax rate increase may be eroded, but there's a lot of tensions within the budget. It could certainly end up not being dedicated to stormwater. So there is some advantage to a dedicated stormwater. Sorry, that was one.
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Carver.
Just a technical question, so if assuming we approve this, which I'm sure we will. This would not have appeared in the first tranche of bills, so it's just gonna get whacked in total onto the second go around, which is, I guess, in August. Is that how that
Actually,
happens?
Yeah, that's gonna, that'll,
Is the infrastructure charge separated between the two rounds?
yes, yes.
So yeah, we'll be
But this would be,
disproportionately
yeah,
reflected.
yeah.
As is all the budget changes, I guess. They always hit the same.
Councillor
just-
Carver and Councillor
Sorry.
Feeds.
So the full $202 will appear on the next tax
Correct.
bill. Okay, but my question, so I just want to be sure I understand this. So the work on Main Street this year depends on having this extra stormwater charge.
The proposed upgrades that the engineers have recommended to actually be able to address the volume of water are dependent on a revenue stream, and this is the proposed revenue stream. If we don't have a revenue stream, then that component wouldn't be able to proceed. Yeah.
So it would be a less than,
So what
Less
we
than perfect, or-
originally, yeah, what we originally budgeted on was we were gonna treat it as a stormwater channel, a sort of traditional stormwater channel. So the engineer speak for that is that would be a 5-year storm standard. And what we've realized and what's now reflected in our planning strategy is that is actually a water course that swells proportionally. And as Joe mentioned, there's a lot of sources to that. There's the denuding of the ridge above and things like that, but there's a lot of volume that goes into that compared to stormwater. This is a real water course. So once you upgrade to that standard, and in July, we experienced last year that that's what happens. It totally overwhelmed the capacity of the existing infrastructure. That's what you'd have to go back to a standard that we know has been inadequate and would continue to be inadequate. And that was the change.
so using my very slow brain as an example, this is gonna need some really good communications to the public. If this $200 suddenly suddenly appears, it's gonna need some really good communication.
The one thing that we discussed was having a separate press release or making this the kind of primary focus of the budget press release. And so at the end of today, depending on whether we're prepared to recommend the approval of the budget, I would like to take a minute to talk about the composition of press releases so I can put some drafts out for you guys.
Well, given that human brains need at least 10 exposures for something to sink in, it's gonna need a lot of communication.
10 exposures on a good day. Councillor Feeney and then
So I guess my final thought on this, which is, these are large numbers, and I think we're all grappling with the reality of how much construction and engineering solutions cost. These are unbelievably high numbers. Our town and the town of Lunenburg have the highest market distortion of any municipalities in the province related to the cap. We have over $50 million of market distortion in the town of Mahone Bay alone due to the cap. By choosing this mechanism to secure the revenue, over time, it's fair because the cap is just so discriminatory. And by adding this, if we had to flow the same amount of revenue through the capped assessment process, over time, it's going to be more and more and more burdensome on new people who move here, younger people that move here. And so there's a real unfairness to splitting all of these types of charges on the cap when we know that the cap is just, when we look at the assessment, we know the cap is just so patently unfair. So there are in our town, like the I think it's over 30% of the entire assessment base is capped, is distorted, meaning there's no property tax being paid on that market valuation. So, I mean, we're not gonna solve that problem here, and the caps, certainly the provincial government is not going to eliminate the cap. It's gonna be many years, I'm sure. But I think we have to take that, we have to be mindful of that and just try not to exacerbate the negative impact of the cap. And so I think these are big numbers. These are twice as high as I thought. I thought we'd be talking maybe $100, but now that I see the fullness, I guess the fullness of the 10-year program, I mean, maybe it is $200, but I'd prefer to go, personally, I'd prefer to go with this flat fee process, because I think it's fair, to be fair for people to move here next year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that. I think there's, $20-odd million worth of property in town for sale right now. Like, the new owners will be paying a much higher percentage of that than the people who already live here. I don't think that's necessarily fair. So anyway.
Ashley,
I just wanted to ease Penny's mind in that we could also add a letter in when we send out the bills to reiterate the additional charge should council decide. And that would be another way to sort of bring it to light again.
That's good.
Yeah.
And we can put it in the newsletter in between, like it goes in the special budget newsletter, but we can also just put it into the June.
Exactly. We can, there's various ways that we can sort
And
of.
they'll get 5 exposures.
And it'll be beyond concerned citizens.
oh, guaranteed. I also think, and the CAO and I had this discussion last week, that we should be defining what the service standard is going to be for the individual property owner. If we're talking about storm sewer systems buried in the street, when you put water and you put sanitary sewer, you put in one for a storm sewer, and people can connect their properties, their downspouts, their basement water pumps, whatever, to that system, this is gonna go a long way to having them accepted, as opposed to little trenches running between people's yards, where if we have a good enough storm, you'll get this surge of water going through them. Or a network of backup ponds to collect water. That's not what people that choose to live in the town, I don't believe, are looking for. They're looking for urban systems to help it, to deal with the natural issues and make their town a more comfortable place to live. I would have no problem supporting a motion that talks about a fee that goes to a storm system that's going to allow my downspouts to run into a common pipe in the street and down through the system to the ocean. I got a lot of problem if you're going to trench my yard and the yard next door down to a pond in one of the neighbors' properties and have it gather there. So we might want to keep that in mind, the notion of a standard service, a standardized service that the citizens can expect.
And that's a great thing to connect to a couple other things people watching this meeting might not actually think about, which is the development of stormwater management bylaw and the subdivision bylaw municipal specifications process. So in the next 3 months, we do have an agenda to have all 3 of these things roll out. The stormwater management bylaw will essentially spell out the public and private responsibilities for stormwater management in the community. So that's really where, the application of these funds will be kind of spelled out more clearly for people. But the big principle behind this that council's moving forward with here is that if you live in an area with existing municipal infrastructure, the upgrades of that infrastructure will be the responsibility of the town. So they won't happen overnight, but they're going to happen progressively over time, not as a result of cost sharing arrangements with existing property owners, but as a result of the entire community pooling its resources in a fair fashion, and council adjudicating those resources being dispatched based on priority and severity of impacts. So that's as distinct from a model where if you were doing an upgrade, and the councilor Beatty mentioned this, in a particular area, that the costs of those upgrades would be borne disproportionately by the residents of that area. That's where existing infrastructure in the community exists. The subdivision and municipal specifications process ensures that when new areas are being developed, that the developer of those new areas will have a responsibility to provide relatively standardized infrastructure with the town's infrastructure. So if we proceed on the basis of those conversations at PAC that are moving forward now with respect to subdivision bylaw, we'll be engaging with the community in the next couple of months on the notion that a developer would be required to put in appropriate infrastructure such as stormwater management infrastructure. So that when it comes to new areas, that cost is going to be part of the cost of development. So this is the whole approach that's being outlined here. And there's a lot of different components, of which one of them is the introduction of this term. And
So we'll,
that was-
we'll watch for that in the next 3 months, so. September, October, the new council will have an opportunity to deal with it. Councillor Carver.
So the mayor's comments made me think about the asset management committee and the idea of service standards
Mhm.
and what the community wants. So if you alluded to the idea that people expect certain levels, how do we measure that? How do we know? I mean, if we know that the people in the town, the citizens, the taxpayers expect a very high level of service, then they can also expect a very high level of taxation. If they're expecting a more moderate level of service, they can expect a more moderate level of taxation. So how does that process actually work?
I think that's a topic that needs to be introduced for discussion with the asset management group. And possibly other committee members, different committees that may have an interest in it. At some point, it becomes possibly a public engagement issue. When you get into a situation, I think when you get into a situation that there's a group of citizens, and I'm not talking 51% of the population, but a large vocal group that opposes something like moving to a standardized water management system that is beyond what they feel we need, that it goes to council's responsibility and them having been chosen to look at what is best in the long term for the town as a whole. So even if you've got 200 people out of 1,100 that would be satisfied to have trenching in ponds in order to keep their tax dollar down, but you look at the overall benefit to the town as climate change just pulls us apart, then council, I think, is charged with making that decision. It doesn't reflect what any particular group wants, but what council feels is best for the community. But that's all part of that process.
And can I just provide a little supplemental on the work of the asset management committee?
Yes, please.
So the asset management committee goes through a process called levels of service. So when we assess all of our different assets, the point is first to create a comprehensive catalog of existing assets, which we have now done, and it's being kept up by staff, which is in good shape. That is then used to define risk within the systems. So we go through a process to assess the condition of the assets and use that to determine the probability of those assets failing. So based on their condition and other risk factors such as climate, there's a ranking that's assigned on probability of failure.
And consequence.
And similarly, we go through the process to consider consequences of failure with each piece of infrastructure, and that is usually based on the area served. So, you know, a dead end line has less consequence of failure than a main, et cetera. And then that ranking creates a risk rating for each piece of infrastructure in the community. So that work's all been actually done through the asset management committee. And through that, actually, when we develop this 10-year capital investment plan, and we chart out the projected investments in stormwater, we're basing that on the high risk defined areas within that plan. So what that process of assigning condition and probability of failure, most of it is technical, but there is a nuance on the condition part that considers the consequence of failure that considers the level of service. Because essentially what's being discussed is, what are we willing to live with? How often would a stormwater event exceed the capacity of municipal infrastructure and cause potential damage to private property? If people are willing to live with a level of uncertainty around that, then the consequence of failure changes. So the committee at this point has really just relied on the feedback that has come to members of the council, some of it formal on the record, some of it informal. And the question would be, moving forward, we want to calibrate those things how do we ensure that the committee has a good take on the community's assessment? So I hope that helps.
Yeah, so just as a supplemental comment, the piece that I'm missing is not having heard any recommendation from the Asset Management Committee to council. So we hear it from the CAO, but we don't hear it from the Asset Management Committee. So I'm just identifying that as a piece of communication that might be useful, so that the public is aware of that kind of deliberation.
There are two deliverables coming from the committee. Can I speak for them?
Go ahead.
So two things that are coming from the committee. One is, as we review the municipal specifications, this next committee meeting and the one after that, parallelly, planning advisory committee discussing the subdivision bylaw, the asset management committee will discuss the update of the municipal specifications.
Yeah.
And so there will be at some point in that process, a recommendation through to council. But also the committee has been working, and it's basically where the technical details have to get to a point to facilitate something coming forward. The committee's been working on putting forward asset management plans for different levels of assets. So that's the very high level document that provides the stuff I just spoke of. And it would be provided to council as a recommendation to adopt these asset management plans. So they are under development and they will come forward quite soon.
And the standard of service that you receive as a taxpayer should not depend upon the street that you happen to live on.
Exactly.
So if you're living on Pine Grove, stormwater management is a really big issue.
Yeah.
Right? If you're living on Pleasant Street, the lower part of Pleasant Street, maybe not so much. The upper part of Pleasant Street does have some issues from in the right conditions that make stormwater management a key issue. We should be striving to give everyone the same level of service as much as it can be.
This is a good point in terms of understanding of equity in terms of service delivery, which was one of the key points in our strategic plan was, we're going to need to provide more infrastructure to serve some areas based on the needs of those areas to reach the same relative experience in terms of the quality of stormwater management across the community.
And that's partly because we collectively have chosen to not provide the service to all the communities in town. Some parts of the town, some streets have got inadequate water management systems, and we have a lot of problems with it. We could have fixed it 10 years ago.
Yeah, that speaks to the availability of resources and the
Yeah,
prioritization.
that's right,
Yeah.
but, and the decision of where to put the resources, whether you do that street or that street. But if we've got a standard of service, then people know when they pay that increased stormwater management fee, that ultimately they're going to have that same service. It may take 5, 10 years to do it, but that's where we're going with it. Anyway.
So, I mean, I think the amount of time we spent on this topic's been warranted. This is, I'd say, a relatively late breaking detail that the council received. I think, honestly, I mean, this is an incremental, brand new service fee that we didn't contemplate when we started the process. But given the information that we've received, I don't see any, I don't know how we say to folks, we're not gonna solve the problem. We're just gonna Band-Aid and duct tape it up and hey, if your basement floods twice this year, just like it did last year, oh well, like I think, I don't think where are we on this? Like, I think I support doing this because I think we have limited choice and I think we have some moral responsibility an obligation to solve this chronic problem for these folks that are immediately impacted. But I think if this was an item that a councilor or the mayor thought they couldn't support the overall budget because of this line item, I think it would be helpful to start declaring that now so we can figure out if we're gonna have enough consensus around this point.
And I'll just add, Councillor Freeman, that the problem has been there. It's things like climate change that's really accentuating the need to deal with it. So the fact that we still have it, not because it's something new, it's being emphasized by climate change. We've had it all along. We've just chosen to ignore it because it was easier, less expensive, no public clamor either way to deal with it. But now we have to deal with the problem. So it's gonna cost us in $2,025 as opposed to 2,000. Right?
So, Councilor Feeney's point, does anyone have any kind of sort of final comment on, are you comfortable, this is in the draft? You know, this draft is moving forward unless further as directed.
And just one final point, Dylan, the vast majority of this $170,000 of revenue is just going to go to facilitate the principal and interest payments on the major loan we're gonna take out to do the project. Like that, it's not like we're just spending $170,000 this year and another $170,000 next year. We're gonna spend like $3 million right now. And then we're gonna borrow that money, and this revenue stream is gonna facilitate, pay the loan payments.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I
Not
guess
every
the only thing
nickel.
to emphasize is we'll spend as little as we can.
No, fair enough.
But whatever it is, it will be significant.
Mm.
And then Ashley mentioned that, you know, what we're doing here is we're actually getting about half of this to cover that cost by borrowing that over 30 years. So the remainder of this is gonna be for other stormwater
Fair enough.
projects. Yeah.
Right.
That's accounting 102.
Mhm.
102, good, we're moving along.
And the useful life of something like the proposed
30.
concrete box culvert is well in excess of 30 years.
Yeah.
So,
This is a generational repair.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I won't worry about version 2.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments?
So obviously there were some other revisions to the operating budget. Actually, if you want to continue.
So, do we want to go over there were a lot of revisions on the operating.
I don't think we
most
need
of
to
the
go through
notes.
things at that point. I was just thinking we could emphasize status of funds and the summary, just to show like after the net of all these changes, we're in balance for
Yeah.
last year and this year.
Yeah,
And then
absolutely.
Also the status of funds has changed the impact on reserves, and we'll talk about that.
Yep, I just wanted to also address the perpetual care loan. And then, so perhaps do that before we do the overall status of funds discussion.
The page number?
So this actually what is not in the operating document, it was emailed out and I believe it's posted online for anybody that's watching right now. And I just kind of, when we spoke last time, we were just saying, you know, what interest rate did we want to charge for the loan from the perpetual care fund? So I did some research to try to get some averages, and I have the first box right here is basically if we were to borrow the 240,000 from BMO, this is approximately what it would cost us on an annual basis to pay down that 240. So it's not in the operating penny, it's, yeah. And then if we were to, instead of loaning it to the town, if we were to invest it at a 4.75% rate, the next box shows basically what we'd earn in income over 10 years. And then the highlighted, the very last box is what I propose at a 5% rate. That's what we would loan the 240 to the town to purchase the land. And that is sort of what it would cost, the repayment schedule to the perpetual care fund. And then I have just some general interest rates if you're a nerd like me and kind of like to go through all the different Bank of Canada stats over to the side. But the important thing is the third box is what I propose at 5%, which I think is a fair rate to charge the perpetual care, or to charge the town to borrow the 240,000 to purchase the land that's in the capital investment plan. So instead, it'll cost us less than to go out to BMO and borrow that. So this is definitely a better option, and the money is there. Perpetual care will earn interest. I think both parties would win. So everybody's happy. So that's my proposal. I don't know if there are any questions or any concerns with the 5% rate, but I think that that's fair.
I think this accomplishes two things. One, at the cemetery committee, we've talked a long time about that perpetual care fund being segregated. So, and the virtues of that segregation. So I think this goes a long way of establishing that you get a guaranteed rate of return from a bulletproof, creditworthy borrower. And, you know, I think it, so I think that's fair. And and the town's done this in the past.
Yes.
I
Yes.
believe actually this year,
This is our last.
this is our last year of payment from the water utility back to the town from Malone and Ford for perpetual care, like from Bobby Mader and the crew. That would have been 2000 and
That was a long
a long
time
time
ago.
ago, like
Yeah.
mid 2000s, I think.
It's
So,
like refinancing the car you bought 20 years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
you
The
know,
thing about perpetual care is it is at least perpetual. so-
charity starts at home. Well, I think that honestly, that's a fair interest rate. So,
And then we'll fit it into the 10-year strategy to, by the end of this period, when this one's paid off, have enough money and, you know, various good yield sources to facilitate all the costs associated with the cemeteries going forward, which has been Councillor Feeney's master plan, I think.
yeah. Still got another 40 years to make it happen, but we'll see.
I think by the end of this 10-year period, we'll probably be.
It's the long goal, it's the long-term goal.
Mm.
And again, the
We'll be
cemeteries have been
concerned
around
about
for.
perpetual care from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad, 67,000 to 580 in 18 years,
Yeah, it's awesome.
you know,
Yeah.
I think that's really good.
if you look at that from that perspective.
Yeah. And the only other note I wanted to touch on was the EV car. We had a discussion on it.
Sorry, I should have done that during the capital. But yes, go
It's
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead, do it now.
It's- Supplemental notes. So we just discussed sort of obtaining an EV car for the town of Mahone Bay use and staff not having to use their personal vehicles for areas like Lunenburg, Bridgewater, obviously to Halifax, it would probably be less advantageous just because it wouldn't be accessible to other staff members throughout the day. But I just wanted to go over just sort of a quick thing on how much we spend on mileage per year on an average. About $7,000 to refund staff for their use of the personal vehicles at the established gas rate. And so then we just kind of said, okay, well, operating and maintenance, you know, we'll have about $300 on that. Cost to actually charge it $490, so it's about a $6,000 savings. And with that, it's about a 6.89 ROI so it'll take us about 7 years to repay back the initial investment.
Does that $6,000 reflect the amount of gas paid to employees that don't go to Lunenburg? Are we actually saving the entire amount?
Yes.
But if an employee goes to Halifax, that's not considered.
Well, it would be up for discussion. If nobody else needed the car that day, an employee could certainly take the EV car to Halifax for the day. I would just be worried it wouldn't be available to staff as accessible if it was always out of town. Whereas if someone went to a meeting in Bridgewater, they'd be back in 3 hours. So that was kind of my methodology on that, but this does include mileage to Halifax.
I'm
And
looking at how much we're potentially going to save in gas costs.
yeah, so about, yeah, and I mean, again, if Dylan needs to go to an area meeting in Halifax and nobody needs it, it would make sense for him to use the EV car. So all in, it's about $7,000 a year.
Okay,
In mileage.
Correct.
Councillor Carter.
So in principle, I support the idea, but my question is, does it have to be this year? Or could we leave it for another council to celebrate the purchase of it?
Councillor.
So the reason we recommended it this year was because the water utility EV purchase, it's also in the budget on the water utility side, and we will review that a little bit more with the water utility. That's necessary this year because we have a single van and we're adding a staff person, only 3 staff people. So we have to buy a additional vehicle for the
I
water
see.
utility. And the thought was we would purchase 2 of the same vehicle at the same time and align their service and, other considerations around the maintenance of those vehicles. So not an absolute, but if we're going out to buy one, we're still going to be buying our first EV if that purchase is approved. And staff recommended buying the 2 of them at the same time.
Councillor Feeney.
Just two thoughts. One, the $7,300 is going to be spent. It's going to be spent guaranteed, because I think that's based on say 10,000 kilometers a year, 11,000 kilometers a year. So that's going to be an expenditure. That's a fixed cost to the town that we're going to pay. So I kind of like the idea of not paying $7,000 in cash out to the employee base for, you know, a fair cost recovery on use of their vehicle. Fair enough. But at least in this case, like the contributions are going towards an actual town asset. Two, like, I don't know much about like the procurement of EVs, but my sense of things is that they tend to hold their value. Like I might be out of my depth here when I say that. So the other part of this equation is that in 5 years or 4, based on Jonathan's commentary about refreshing the fleet every 5 or 6 years, I'm assuming there's a residual value on this vehicle. Because according to this, we're only gonna have 100,000, we're only gonna have, say, 60, 70,000 kilometers on it 5 years from now. If the more kilometers that are on it, the more money the town saves, notionally, right? Because all we're doing is replacing mileage that we were paying for at whatever, 60 cents a kilometer.
Yeah.
It might even be 70 cents a kilometer now or something like that.
I think it's
57.7.
55, maybe.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But assuredly over the
A lot,
7-year
a lot.
period, it will.
So
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I mean, I think just to refine this business case, I think you would have a residual based on some set percentage that I'm sure we could Google and find out. On my sense of things, it's got to be 30% or so of the value of the car. So like today, if I go out today and I buy an EV that's 5 years old, I'm assuming it's what I'm buying it for is more than 30% of the original sticker price. Or maybe it isn't, but so I think that's the other important element to say, like, what is the all-in cash cost net of the sale of the car 5 years from now? And I think this return on investment's a lot higher than 7 years. I think it's probably, well, if we include the value of the residual, I think it's a lot more favorable business case.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
I know very little about these cars as well, but the internet keeps telling me that the lifespan is between 10 and 20 years, mostly 15, to really drive it for the battery for how long it lasts.
It could be 50% residual.
Yeah,
I mean, I
That conservative understatement of the ROI really is because we never really bank on residual value, but you're absolutely right. If we sold it after the 7 years that is indicated there, or even 5, there would be residual value that would improve the return on investment.
I just think in the completeness, I'm not sure if this piece of information is going into the budget document. But if it is, I think that the assumption would be that we're offsetting 11 or 10 to 12,000 kilometers a year that we were going to pay 50 odd cents for.
And that's just gonna.
And that is just a fixed price. So the challenge on these kinds of business cases is the benefit. You don't defer the benefit to maximize the yield. You want to spend this money. Like, this is one of the first things you do because you get an immediate benefit, because all of the expenses that we were going to incur in the month of June, the month of July, the month of August, we get that benefit right now. And you'd much rather have the benefit of the day than the benefit 2 years from now. So anyway, to this, I mean, I think we would have looked back 5 years ago, this would have been surprised. We would have all been surprised, but now that we've got chargers and the world has changed a lot in 5 years.
And unfortunately, the press in particular and the evidence in the market has turned against electric vehicles. You know, GM has abandoned their program. Ford is abandoning their program. Citizens are opposed to EVs on a large scale compared to where we were 5 years ago. Our dilemma, I think, is going to be, where will we be in 5 years' time when this vehicle comes to be on the market? Now, Nissan talks about a $20,000 cost at the 10-year mark to change out the batteries in one of their cars. Who's going to buy one when the batteries are due to be replaced? Right? Anyway, I do think that alternative transportation is a desirable alternative or action for the town. I'm just not sure if EVs continue to be the most beneficial way to accommodate that, Councillor Carver.
What?
Or Councillor Nack,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
he was.
I just don't think it's enough known that they're saying about 10, 15 years or whatever for replacing the batteries. There's been no proof of how long the batteries are gonna last. and you're looking at $25,000 to $30,000 minimum to replace the batteries. So say it goes, something happens to it, if it goes in 5 years' time, you're at another $20,000 to $30,000. So, I just don't, I know it's showing here on paper, but regardless of these figures, I just don't see how I can support that.
I don't know if you've seen my hand, but-
No, I didn't actually, because I'm looking over there, because Councillor Carver's next and then you.
So was a hybrid, model considered? Is it worth considering a hybrid? That's the both
If
worlds.
that is your question, can I comment on the thing I was gonna say and then address the question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please, if Councillor Carver's okay with that.
Fine.
So, I was just gonna speak to this general picture for EV adoption and the comment that Councillor now made about the specific payback on the battery. So, contrary to certain news reports, the province's strategy, the federal government strategy, and estimates from the industry all indicate the continued uptake of EVs, substantially increasing market share over the next 10 years. So everything is still pointing to EVs representing 30% of the market within the next 10 years. It's not like maybe they won't be 100%, and some of those companies that are looking at their market share, they're making strategic investments. But ultimately, we're not in a period where EV adoption is slowing or stopping. That's simply not what's happening at the current time. So I don't think we need to worry that, like, for example, the service industry won't see the value in servicing EVs, that there's more EVs on the road every year. To the specific comment Richard made, you'll be comforted to know that the estimate we provided, despite Joe's points, didn't actually reflect any residual value of the vehicle or payback on a battery. So what we showed there is that the ROI on the vehicle is we use it for 7 years. If at that point the vehicle were absolutely worthless, that wouldn't affect the ROI that's been presented. So to Councilor Vinnie's point, it's probably much better than what was presented. But if you have any concern with the battery, like, we're giving a very conservative estimate that says after 7 years, projected to be half of the useful life of the battery will have no value left. So, like, comparably, we're not in any way exposed on the notion of buying a new battery. It's the opposite. We're building in residual value that we're not even considering in the ROI. Penny, to your question about a hybrid, we certainly looked at hybrid models. There was a substantial investigation with Scott, because it's the water plants originally originated this notion of purchasing. And with Lauren, our climate coordinator, so they looked at all kinds of different models. The models they've arrived at are fully electric. We also talked to Clean Nova Scotia, who provided guidance on specifically the purchase of EVs and hybrid models. We just simply don't really see the value in a hybrid model. Electric vehicles are proven technology, their operating costs are cheaper, but we're trying to reduce our climate footprint. So, we looked at the hybrid models, but we didn't really see any justification for them in this case.
Okay,
So do we have to vote on that now, given that it's something that we've heard some differing opinions
I
about?
think the way that we do this here is that if anybody wants to move, that it be removed from the budget or pushed into a future year, which is what we've done on prior years, then that motion is in order. It's in the draft, so I guess as the mayor mentioned, or as Councilor Feeny mentioned, things that are in the draft could cause people to vote against the entire budget. So if you strongly would like to test that something should or shouldn't be in the budget, it's better to make a motion on that item now than to.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, far be it for me to argue about a return on investment that's actually in numbers. I think it's good to see that. I only have really one caveat, and that is that I'd be a bit concerned about timing, given what's happening in the marketplace with especially electric vehicles from China coming in at 50 cents on the dollar roughly. And that we might be buying a $50,000 vehicle next week that we could buy for $25,000 in October. I don't know, but I think it's worth thinking about.
Okay. If I may, are we still pursuing the notion of having the vehicle being available to the public?
At this time, we're not. We're gonna focus on a policy that, as Ashley mentioned, would maximize the use of the vehicle to reduce the travel reimbursement of council and staff members. So our intention is that the vehicle will if it is available, be used by staff or council. So that way, you won't have the option to use a private vehicle in many circumstances if there is the option to use the EV. So we were thinking we would work out the policy and use it for a little while and then determine where the gaps seem to show like availability. So can we really warrant that there is enough availability of the vehicle after maximizing use by staff and council to make it available for the public? So right now, the only public use we're imagining is for test drives. If we can work out the insurance, Lauren will make the vehicle available for a test drive. But in terms of real car sharing, like that's something we've got to model first to figure out if there's enough time to really actually make it available for that purpose. But in the long run, this will give us the data to inform maybe if that is an option.
Will we have a car dealer name on the front of the building? Why are you providing test drives on electric vehicles?
So the
That's what
notion
the
of-
car dealers do.
I'm happy to speak to that. So the notion of providing test drives on EVs is kind of a well-established thing through Clean and Efficiency Nova Scotia. That's the first ride program that they come around and offer in our community. So we've on numerous occasions, I think a number of you actually taken advantage of
I
the
do.
opportunities, offered those test drives here in town. So that basic principle of, you have fleet vehicles, somebody's curious about an EV, they're reaching out just to our climate coordinator and saying, no, I'd really love to actually drive an EV. We would like to facilitate those opportunities if insurance is not negatively impacted.
Councillor Kerr?
So just the mention of the idea of car share or share it with the public using it made me think about weekends when staff and council are less likely to be using the vehicle, sitting there on weekends. And is there a way of either having it available on a rental basis, if the insurance works out, for the public? I mean, that's kind of an interesting idea on weekends. If it's just gonna be sitting there for.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that Lauren's excited to explore,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we'll bring any recommendations forward before we
Yeah,
would start
not
doing
yet,
something
yeah.
like that.
Mm,
And then in the long run, what people have really indicated to me that they would be interested in is if when we get our first electric truck, if that's available for use on the weekends.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's something people in town would really like to have a truck that they could use on the weekends, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants.
Go get loads of stuff.
Yeah.
Fortunately, there aren't.
Again.
Okay.
Thinking of Councillor Wilson's comment about cheaper vehicles, maybe towards fall, whatever, I'll test the waters. I'll move that we move this to next year's budget.
Seconder?
Well, I'll second the motion only to get it on the floor.
Thank you. On the question?
I'll just make a quick comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I think you all know, I've been booting this down the road for years now because I think it, in the public's eye, will be seen as a toy. Just a frivolous thing that the town is not just to play with. That's probably still the case. But I also think that given that there's a 7% return on investment, and maybe more, which is residual value, and we have to drag ourselves quick kicking and screaming into the 21st century. I think we might as well bite the bullet and get on with it.
Councillor Longstreth?
Let me be clear on this. We're talking about one vehicle, not two, not one for the water.
No, one for
Two.
the water and one for town staff.
Okay, so we're talking about two vehicles.
Correct, but not in that 45,000. That is just the town.
Okay,
Usage
this is
vehicle.
where I'm a little
Yeah.
confused, because I would think water would need it on the weekends, as well as,
Yeah, they would have.
they wouldn't, if it's always out of town being used by other people.
Yeah, this whole conversation about return on investment and use of the vehicle is for the town hall vehicle. The
Okay.
water vehicle, we know we have to purchase the vehicle no matter what, because we don't have the number of vehicles for the number of staff. So the purchase of that as an EV doesn't change its use exclusively for the water department. It's just that at this point with our climate objectives, we can't really recommend we buy not an EV if we're buying a brand new vehicle and an EV is available. So it is two different vehicles and totally different usage for the two vehicles.
Okay, that's one thing that I need to be clear. And then, I have to agree with Councillor, Kelly. Wilson, I can't see your nameplate. You're just, hey, you, right? I just wanna, you know, I think if we delay it, if there's possibility of saving that much money. Halfway through our budget year, I think we should at least delay. This until we know more about. So, you know, waiting for next year or whatever, I think would be safer. See how we make out with the first one too.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just quickly, I'm assuming that 45 grand is net of various and sundry subsidies.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. My only thought, if you remember the book In Search of Excellence that everybody was reading in the late 80s, one of his 7 critical concepts was stick to your knitting.
Stick to your knitting.
Stick to your
Yeah.
knitting.
Knitting.
Identify the business that you're in and stick to it. And town hall is not in the car rental business, nor should we be providing a car rental service. Eventually, there'll be maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 electric vehicles. And the word will be out, you can rent Monday to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we'll be hiring another staff person to administer all of the car. I don't even want to go into that. You want an electric vehicle that's gonna be used strictly for town hall activities and leave it at that. I think it creates too many problems to get into the lending business. Anyway, with that note, anything else on the question?
Just one further question, thing with regard to Lund's cross comment about testing the waters. I agree, we need to go EV with the public works one, or the waterworks one, but maybe we should try that first, and then with this coming in next year, we could move to one for the town.
Okay, Councillor Carter.
I see the car for the water is totally separate conceptually from the car for town use. I mean, the arguments for the town use, town hall use, are completely different from the arguments for the water, so I can't buy that. And as for sticking to your knitting, I don't know, knitting, you can purl, you can knit.
Councillor Carter, never mind.
We already do lots of things that have nothing to do with our mandate, like providing social services through senior safety, that kind of thing. So the question, as I understand it, is simply whether or not to put it in this year or next year. It has nothing to do with
This
car.
motion is.
It has
yeah,
nothing to do with car rentals and so on and so
Yeah.
forth. That's totally separate.
Okay,
So. And
So-
I will not support the motion.
could you repeat the motion, please?
I have that the budgeted amount for the purchase of an EV car be deferred to next year's budget.
24, 25. Okay. You heard the motion? Nothing further on the question? In favor of the motion? Opposed? 3-3. Motion's defeated. Okay,
Thanks, everyone. So if we're good on that, actually, you can move back into the operating budget stuff. Sorry, we should have done that an hour ago.
Okay, so if everyone would please go to page 3, we'll go over the changes in the status of funds. So again, this is the funding of the reserves. So the 2 things that I wanted to point out was, you'll notice that the capital reserve on the income, so page 3. Capital reserve on the income has increased substantially, and that is because of the addition to the stormwater revenue. So that's a significant increase. And we, on the Bayview and Park Cemetery, on the expense side, you'll see that the sum of those 2 is the 240, and that would be for the loan.
So one thing we'll do here in the final version of this is we'll actually break out that stormwater reserve and put that.
Yeah, if
money
we-
in there
if we-
separate, Yeah.
Yeah, because we've decided, I guess if we decide on it,
Yeah,
and if we
we'll do it.
decide to have a separate reserve, then yeah, we can break it out, and that's a great idea.
Question, my only question on page 3 on the perpetual care funds is, are these the cash balances, or do they, at this point, do they fully net the receivable from the water utility too for the loan payment?
So the 109 and the 160 are actually the cash balances as of December 31st. So that would only be more at this
The
point.
the
one-
December 31st.
It's under March 31st, but that is as of December 31st,
Okay,
2023.
We don't take money out of those, so. it would
Yeah,
only
so
be
it's
more than
only,
that.
it only would have more based on the
Okay.
payments back from the interest.
I just think there's always there's always a delta between that line item and the
Yeah.
once in the fund balance.
Absolutely, but this actually is the specific cash. I actually changed that, so I should have mentioned that. I'm sorry. Thank you for that. I did change that to just show that the perpetual care fund does have the fund. So to loan the 240, there will still be money left over.
Because
So,
originally, we thought we were only gonna be able to do 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on the balance of the funds that was anticipated, but when I actually went in and actually trued up and looked at the cash, we actually had more than we.
yeah, so I'm
anticipated.
confident that the 240 won't lead us dry.
So I-
Is that loan sufficient to complete the transaction?
Yes,
All in?
Yeah.
Legal fees, all.
well, I mean, I don't have a final bill, but that's my expectation. At this point, the survey and things are done, the only thing that's not done is the legal part of it.
Okay.
And I have asked, because Cooper's working on it.
So I mean, and there is enough cash that if we wanted to increase the loan, we certainly could if council decided. they
There's
don't-
245 in the final.
Yeah, exactly. So there's enough in the balance.
So the big thing on this, obviously, is, we're looking at withdrawing 2.1 million from reserve funds, and we're looking at contributing $830,000 to reserve funds. So the net impact on the reserve funds is kind of the key thing to track here. And obviously, we have a lot of ambitious capital spending, so it's no surprise that there is a net loss to the overall funds, but they're still estimated to be at 1.7 million in reserve at the end of the year. So we're continuing to have healthy and growing reserves relative to the beginning of the council's term. Our overall reserve balances, even net of doing all the planned capital work, are still in good shape. And I guess it's important to be able to look up and see, and this is a good segue before we move into the operating on the water and electrical. The unfortunate news isn't so much in the reserve balances as it is above in the fund balances. So on that same page, you can see the concerning water utility and electric operating fund in bracket surplus of approximately negative $300,000 in both. So that obviously is not a surplus.
No surprise.
And we'll talk more about the causes and consequences of that. To see the impact of the two things, you could go up to page 2. And on page 2, you see the combined impact of fund and reserve balances. So basically, this is a presumed cash in bank at the end of the year kind of situation for the reserve. So what you can see is that, because there's $647,000 in projected deficits, accumulated year-to-year deficits in the utilities, then the 1.7 that we have in our reserves is actually about $1 million. So that's the bottom right-hand corner of page number 2 there, March 31st, 2025, anticipated overall balance net of both funds and reserves. We would expect to end the year with about $1 million in cash in bank. So that's just to say, we can continue to accommodate on a short-term basis, these deficits on the utilities. But if you want to see how that actually impacts on our available reserves, that's what's on that page. So there's a wealth of information in these 2 pages, but I just wanted to help people to see what you actually looking at there. Well, anyways, some questions for that, right? Got a couple hands up, please.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm just assuming we're gonna get into the water then, like, in some detail.
Yes, that's the next one.
Right now.
Well, I
As soon as questions are done.
want to briefly make sure we're okay with grants before.
Councillor
I
Knight.
just had a question on the fire equipment reserve. It says expenses of 133. Does that count the side by side and the other?
Yes, sir.
And the 65,000 coming in is from that?
The 65,000 coming in, it should be showing.
Should be showing more.
It should be showing more.
That should be, that should actually
Yeah,
be,
140.
141 or whatever.
yeah. I can amend that.
So yes, the ending balance will be more than what's shown here by the net of those purchases.
Yeah, cause I
It'll
was
be
gonna
more
say,
like
that's what-
370.
that doesn't cover the regular contributions.
Yeah, it'll be
to
more
that.
like 370 than 304.
Okay.
We'll fix that.
Thank
Yeah, I think that was just, because that change is only made in the most recent version. Okay.
Yeah, easy to, okay, thank you for that. It's,
Anything else? Any other comments? Councilor Carver, you were pleased.
I was just thinking, that I have my thinking face on.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
So Ashley, I was thinking it might be worth, and I'm happy to speak to it, but if you want to, just briefly to the summary on page 9, and I could just highlight a couple of quick things there. I don't know if that's what you would want to do that as well, or I want to give you the chance to kind of steal your thunder, but.
no thunder stolen.
We still in operating? We still-
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah, so
if
page
you-
9 of the operating is the summary.
I feel like you have an idea of what you want to
I have an
say
idea what I
past
want
when I present it, so I'll hand it over to you if
Okay, so I just, if you can turn to page 9, which is the summary, so this is the overall impact. Across the board, as we've noted, there have been a number of changes through the 27 revisions of the budget to date. And those are all reflected in here. So the net effect of those is a balanced budget. But I did want to mention that 23-24 actuals here, so these will be confirmed with the audit, obviously, it's our best guess. But there were some changes, and just for the people who joined the budget process late, what we end up with, I think that's really key for the 23-24 budget is total expenditures line coming in pretty much, $100,000 below expected. So our projection is for the unaudited actual about 3.1. For the budget, it was 3.2. But then the more substantial change is in the, so we end up with an excess revenue of expenditures, the actual excess of revenue over expenditures believed to be 447,000 projected. Previously it was thought to be 275, and the resulting use of that money is a net increase of reserve levels by 25,000. So that transfer to from own agencies is kind of like the shakeout at the end of the year. All things considered, did reserves go up or down last year? Only up by 25,000. They didn't go down. And the reason they're only up by 25,000 is we just spent 221,000 directly on capital out of that. So at the end of the year, we end up with a zero budget, and the net effect is that we did $221,000 capital spending out of operating, and further contributed $25,000 to reserves. And that leads us to a balanced zero. So those changes were essentially the shakeout of issues with last year's budget and then the realities of last year. And they will have to be confirmed by the audit process. But at this point, that's our expectation for the end of 2024. And you'll see we expected a deficit of $300,000. That wasn't actually what we anticipated, but through the course of the year, we realized that that is what we had set up to expect. So it's a very positive overall reassessment, but I just wanted to indicate the case.
So, I mean, what's interesting about this, and we all know, for last year is the first year in 20 years that we funded any capital out of revenue. So we did 10 cents on the tax rate last year, the year we just completed. 10 cents of the $1.15 went to capital. So like, not only did we hold, so I think that's really important context. So we held the budget flat, but we took, versus 22-23, we took a full dime out of the tax rate and reallocated it to capital, versus in the previous year, 100% of the tax base went to operating expenses. So which I think that's that. So the point is, like, when you look at the budget, and you look at the revenues are way up. Fair enough. They absolutely are way up. Assessments are up, growth is up, the assessment base is up, but not every nickel is going to operating expense. And this shows like a dime of the 115 went to capital last year. And that was the first time that's ever happened in 20 odd years.
How do we convey that message to the public? For them to be able to get a better grasp on what the decisions that are taken around this table mean to them in real terms as taxpayers. I've heard from people, why should it cost me any more? the assessments are up, there's more tax money coming in. What are you doing? What is council doing that's making it cost me more money?
Well,
If there's a benefit here, let's find a way to quantify that and put it into terms that the average taxpayer can understand.
if we would have used our historical convention a year ago. So you would have gone back in time, in the time machine 1 year ago today and said, hey, listen, instead of, we don't want to fund any capital out of the budget. We could have cut the budget, we could have cut the tax base by a dime last year. The tax rate, we could have reduced it by 10 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would have, which is essentially the inverse of what we're doing this year, because we know we need that money. Like, it's not like that capital requirement hasn't gone away. We needed it a year ago. We just, instead of borrowing it, we funded it out of the revenue coming from the tax base. So, I mean, that page is really interesting, because this is the first time we've ever funded it that way last year, so.
And I think, David, one thing to emphasize, we always emphasize in our press releases, but, we've got $17 million of capital here, to say that a town of this size could, everybody's aware of, there have been some increases in costs over the years, but to accommodate that, within the budget that we have, it is a tremendous accomplishment, I think, in terms of forward thinking, planning on the part of council.
Councilor Wilson.
Moving over to the budget line, the red line. If I understand this correctly, we are moving $260,000 into reserves from our operating line. In other words, from the revenue from the tax base, 260 grand is going into reserve. Is that correct?
So it's from overall revenue, so this is 260 grand is essentially the net of the various funds that are dedicated for capital spending and the capital spending out of those funds in the year. The net of that is $260,000 positive. So this is actually not
Drawing down
tax
reserves.
base money in that sense. This is the D-transfer tax and infrastructure charge net of current year capital spending going into reserves.
Okay, hang on. So we're spending $3.5 million. Our revenue is 3.9-ish, so we got $428,000 excess revenue, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
And $168,000 that pays off debenture loan, blah, blah, blah. Leaving $260 to go into wherever.
Yes, but it just to stress that if we go back up to the revenue section, taxes represents 3.5 of the 3.9. So those other sources, other than
Okay, so it's
tax.
total revenue.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I understand the nuance.
Yeah.
But what I guess my point is that $260,000 at least is going into reserves, whereas habitually, I think historically found a way to spend that.
We're drawing down 260 of reserves.
Yeah.
No, we're adding 260 to reserve, but we're actually drawing down
Way more than
$1.7 million.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
taking-
no, fair enough. Fair enough.
I know that.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's not my point.
Paycheck.
We didn't
So-
spend it. We didn't just spend it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, capital's always been, like, the scale of
Well,
capital in our
we-
budget is massive.
Yeah,
compared to
so
operating.
like a lot has changed, right? The gas tax hasn't gone up in 10 years, and we're not enjoying the benefit of the area dividend. Like, that's what's changed, right?
Some of them.
On the revenues.
Mhm.
And the cost of projects is
What,
ridiculous.
There has been a question around, and I don't know, maybe we'll get to it when we get to the electrical utility, although it is almost 11 o'clock. There is a stream of revenue coming from the solar garden. And right now we've got it funded as cost, like we've got the cost of the power, but we don't have the reciprocal, benefit of the payment. So like the cost is not based on our production cost, it's based on the power rate. Then there's a big gap down there. So I don't, yeah, fair enough. So I'm not sure, like, that's a complicated conversation. I'm not sure when we're gonna have that.
That
Just to
is
understand.
right in
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
The last thing that I think we need to cover on operating is just to confirm the grants handling, just to make sure everybody's comfortable with that, and then we
Page
can
83.
quick break and then we'll move into the, utility. So,
My birthday.
but I did want to confirm the grants.
What page?
part.
83.
Is it, well, yes, it's 83, except the capital's inserted into the, oh, you guys have a printout version. In the printout version, it's 83.
Yeah.
In the digital version, you gotta skip to 86, or 87, if that's the capital stuff. But essentially, what we highlighted at the last meeting was that we had gone ahead and council established the $30,000 amount for overall grants, and we said we'd take 10% of that, which is 3,000, and keep that for grants requests coming in late, or things council specifically decides to do later in the year. So I left 27,000 to be allocated. So staff recommended this allocation, and it really is just an opportunity for questions. You don't have to intervene on this, but, you know, happy to take any questions, and if you do want to make any changes, you can make them by motion. Mr. Mayor, put some hands up.
Councilor Owens Crowe.
Okay, I have had a request from the Mahone Bay Tourism Chamber and Commerce on behalf of the Communities in Bloom about the flower basket. And they do not receive a request for monies there.
Yeah, there was one in here that got in time. I think it's probably been
Yeah.
fleshed out more since then. but-
Yeah, it's not, it's listed as Mahone Bay Tourism and Chamber of Commerce,
Okay.
that's the flower request. But I do have a request in terms of showing the grants, listing the grants would be, or a suggestion, which would be to list the MBTCC in a consistent way in the list, because I had exactly the same question. When I
yeah.
first saw the list, I panicked, where are the flowers?
Yeah, I don't know how it went from 0 and then a new 2,500 got created down below, and it's the same request.
And
Right. Right,
and it's probably just for this year, right?
they're two different requests.
It was just last year's request was shown as having been satisfied last year, and then 0 for this year, and then this year's request was showing as a new
Yeah,
request.
They just need to be
We
merged
just
together.
moved them into the same line,
Yeah.
I sorry for that.
Okay, all right.
So. I just. So
Ashley?
$5,000.
$5,000.
No,
No.
just 7,500, there's
Oh.
three
sorry, yeah.
$2,500 amounts, there's the
Oh, yeah.
Christmas and Scarecrow, there's
And
the
Lebec.
baskets, and then there's the VIC.
Oh, right.
And we were told recently that they hadn't requested money for VIC staff, but they did.
Yeah.
So that's one of the grants that's in here. So yeah, 7,500 in total.
And I just wanted to point out that the Kinship Performing Arts, I'm actually on the board there, so I just wanted to make sure, when Dylan made this allocation, he wasn't aware of that, I didn't tell him, you know, so there's no bias there, I just
So
wanted
we
to.
should bump that back up to 5.
I just wanted to make that clear that I am on the board, there you go.
On the VIC subsidy, operating subsidy, is that contingent on them unsuccessfully receiving the federal government funding, or is this, we're just gonna provide that and we'll see what happens?
Well, I mean, this request said that they had a shortfall and they were requesting $2,500. As it was expressed to us, they still had some hope of coming up with money otherwise, so we could certainly approve this and then withhold actually providing it dependent on their confirming the need. But yeah, when it was requested, they didn't have that nuance, they simply said they needed $2,500.
Councilor.
I can't remember now what the policy is about the grants policy. Are the applying organizations required to give a financial statement?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't think
they are
there wa-
generally expected to.
I don't think there were financial statements in
wasn't.
these applications. but-
Not all
Not
of
all,
them,
it's
no.
not.
Yeah, certainly some organizations, especially ones that get subsidies from the town, always supply their financial statements, but yeah, not everybody here did.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's next year that they're actually required to technically, it's the show at the end of the year that they
Right,
could do the stuff, but.
right, but the question came up about how much cash does an organization have on hand
Yeah,
that might be.
so it would have been
covered-
last year where we
Yeah.
gave them 2,500, we should have gotten a statement at the end of last year showing how that 2,500 contributed to their end of year, and I don't believe we received that.
So we need to be a little more diligent about that.
I thought we probably would receive it coming up to the meeting that we
Yeah.
just had with them on Monday, but we didn't.
Councilor now?
Just a question on the Mahone Bay United grant. Last year, we said we would give them $21,000 per year
For
for 3 years. And now we get a request for 5,000 more. So I have a question on, you know, everything that they seem to wanna do, they seem to be just sending the bill on to the town.
Well, I think, at the end of the day, they ask if we have a grants process and we'll confirm that we do, and so they're certainly allowed to apply. As far as the $21,000, that's an operating grant. So in the package of, if you guys look through, this is specifically to a capital expenditure that they're looking to make. So last year they got the operating and they applied for an expenditure 6261, and that was for the purchase of the 2 auto mowers. And this $5,000 this year has to do with the space that those auto mowers would occupy, so the doghouse and some other improvements to the grounds around their little building there. So this is for capital as opposed to operating, but ultimately it's council's discretion whether to provide the
It
money.
just seems like every 10, because I know the auto mower didn't operate last year, even though we had agreed to buy it last year, but it's operating this year. At odd hours, I look out in the middle of the night and all of a sudden I see these lights out there. Going around the lake.
Yeah, as far as last year goes, so that actually that resulted in a deficit for the society, so they had to cover increased contracted maintenance costs up until the point where they did buy the auto mower. But the town was not charged for that they paid the increased costs. And I know that they said that was a bit of an impact on their fundraising, but they did pay it.
So the 21,000 that we give them every year, that goes towards operating costs. So what type of operating costs do they have that's $21,000? I know they, paid for mowing last year, but that's not in the books this year. I'm sure that, there's not a whole lot of other things that they have to do to the field.
So I think we did go over a lot of this last year, and I can only answer from memory on the specifics of it, but this is for the operation of the field as a community sports field, so mowing is a part of it. There are a number of other maintenance activities that are performed on the field, and obviously the marking and the small equipment and all that kind of stuff is also part of that. But it does go to the administration of the field as well, so I know that there's an agreement between the Mahone Bay Center and Mahone Bay United for the bookings, and there's a share of costs associated with that, so at the end of the day, when council agreed to 21,000 over the 3 years, it was an understanding that those are based on estimates, and that over the course of those 3 years, we'd see it as a pilot, and we'd see where things went, and they'd have to demonstrate that money was really, all well used and needed, and we'd revisit it after the 3-year commitment. So I guess that's to your point, there's plenty of opportunity to investigate, discuss it more, but the $21,000 was like the.
Yeah, I know that was a committed that there, but I'm just, questioning the additional 5,000 requested this year.
Yeah, this is
And I'm-
specifically for capital works described in the package of grants that was circulated to everyone. But it includes improvement of the space next to the new building, if anybody is, I'm sure you're familiar with it. And I think it was to provide the storage for the auto mowers, but also they're working towards having some seating for the public there as well. So they were hoping to put a picnic table or bench and a sort of level surface in there just to kind of make that little area under the shaded tree next to the building more attractive.
Do we not allow for a picnic table and space?
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
it's
old
just be
orchard?
complimentary to that, but yeah. I don't think you
So,
can get
so
too many
there's
picnic
no
tables and benches around, and that's right now, so. But yeah, the full description of this grant is included in the grants package.
Yeah, I
that you
saw
guys
that.
received.
Any other comments?
I'm happy with the list as reduced there.
I should make a quick note about the Three Churches Foundation. So I met with the Three Churches Foundation, and they originally described in their grant application that we would be contributing to a particular fundraising activity. Clarifying that with them, that was not something that they, particularly need the town's assistance with. I discussed with them, and I mentioned earlier this meeting, the idea of using the beautification and streetscaping program opportunity to put out some interpretive signage for the churches. That would actually help them to raise revenue, because it would give a direct reference to the Three Churches Foundation, probably QR code, you could go on and donate. So what they were looking for was support with their overall fundraising activities. Rather than supporting them in the manner described in the grants package, they had agreed that this money could be used to leverage provincial money to do that interpretive signage project. So that's my understanding, is that that's what we would, I'm recommending $1,000, that we would leverage that to get some money out of the province, and that we would use that to build signage that would promote the opportunity to donate money to the facades and improvement of the churches going forward. So that's not exactly what was described in their piece, and I just wanted to mention, it still supports the idea of long-term financial sustainability for the society, leveraging donations, but it's not to do the fundraiser activity that was noted, it's to do something actually more tangible in the creation of actual signs that will benefit the public. So we have a, benefit to the community and also benefit the fundraising activities. So I just wanted to mention that because that was in discussion with them after they submitted the application.
That's what, that's on that subject, some of the churches are experiencing some, to keep up the facade. I know I'm on the trustees for the United Church, and I know we have to, if we just agree to do it, is replace the bell tower. Either that or get rid of it, and that's gonna take away from the whole facade of the streetscape there. And we're looking at a $50,000 bill or more to do that, so this is, where the Free Churches Foundation comes in to help out with that type of thing, so, the more we can help them out, I think the better.
Yeah, they did,
Goes along for-
gave staff a good summary of those costs and, what we could do to hopefully help them to raise some funds for that, so.
Did you say the fund goes to all churches in town?
These Three Churches
The
Foundation.
3 churches?
Yeah, my understanding is the churches would actually need to apply to the foundation for the funds to support
That's right.
renovation, and they have to substantiate why that renovation is beneficial to the larger historical value of the facades on Edgewater Street.
Streetscape.
So, yeah.
I know the founder of that foundation, and still sit on the board. Also, we take our money, our pool of money, we divide it evenly between the 3 churches. And then they each get the same fair amount. So they all have ongoing projects, so they choose their project, and we make sure we do everything evenly, so this panel.
Why do they do it that way? Why do they split it evenly?
Why? Because we do have a clause that if like there was a disaster to one church, we could for 1 year allocate all the money to that one project, but it's to make it evenly, because this isn't a church organization, this is a foundation for the preservation, of the whole streetscape too. So this is to make it even, because we're all doing fundraising projects and whatnot for all these projects. I mean, there just isn't enough money coming into the churches with their weekly givings that can afford to maintain these churches. So this allows them, often they can get heritage grants from the government, and it helps them to match those grants too, to help them. Or sometimes you have a donor within a congregation that will donate like money towards a set of doors, say in the front. And then they can use that allocation they get each year from the Three Churches Foundation through our different fundraising projects. So buy your Natalie McMaster tickets for the July 6th concert. That's how it's divided. The panel will benefit the entire street. The buses stop there and many people, but we have nothing there other than when a project's going on, we have a little sign saying this project is supported partially through the Three Churches Foundation. So this will be another interpretive panel that will give information on the churches. And
It's an interesting approach is, if we take $1,000, leverage that for $1,000 for the province, build some panels, and over 10 years, they draw $10,000 of donations. We've magnified our $1,000 by tenfold. So that's the principle.
Yeah.
That's what the society was looking for, was just a way to kind of enhance their fundraising activities. And notion, I should mention the Heritage Boatyard Co-op also is for the Edgewater Street Pacia display concept. So we'd also be looking to take that 2,000 and leverage that against the beautification and streetscaping money as well. So, that's another $2,000 hopefully that would come in to support that organization from the province rather than through us. And we still haven't received an actual, specific request about the installation on town property. So I will say that this $2,000 for the Heritage Boatyard does sort of presuppose that we will in the end be able to agree to an installation on town property. So if anyone has any concerns there, we can kind of do the same thing we mentioned for some other ones and wait to actually authorize that until on June 11th at the council meeting, you will receive a report on the beautification of streetscaping proposal. And I'm really hoping to get in the course of that, council's go ahead in terms of actually reserving a space for the pay ship installation or not. Cause I wouldn't want to apply for the province for money to support that if council hasn't okayed the specific location on the VIC property that we would commit to that project. So I just want to make sure everyone knows we haven't technically committed to that. I would want everyone to have a high comfort level with that. So we are saying here that we'd be comfortable leveraging the money to see if we can get the provincial money, and then I'll come back with a specific report on that. I know these are small dollar amounts, I just want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about.
So is there another application from the co-op? The line above us is unspecified.
So the unspecified application was for just general financial assistance with operating, and it didn't make a specific request. I'm not recommending that we provide anything for that,
Okay.
but I am recommending that with a specific capital project that we
Okay.
would support that. So if we're good on that.
Anyone else?
That is the last detail of the operating budget that we wanted to kind of recap this morning. And then we want to talk about utilities, and I think we should probably take a break quickly.
What, one tiny thing, which is on page 13. And the Fire Society, the Fire Society line, there is a note on about that on page 16. But I think that you've missed the number 5 on the line. You see what I mean?
So, actually, Councillor Feeney pointed that out earlier. I think he was talking about the same thing, that I need to add in the trailer and the side by side to that, or are you saying just the reference?
No,
part?
it's just right there. We can look. Most of the items that are listed in the town revenue notes on page 16,
Mhm.
number 5 from Fire Society. It's
Oh.
not actually shown as a number.
Right, because it was,
On
yeah,
page
because it's
13.
actually, yeah, it's zeroed out and that's now in the fire tab. So what I need to do is move that note.
Yeah, you need to.
Yeah,
delete
okay.
the-
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's.
But it was either way, Penny was correct, either we
Yeah.
need to add the number or delete
Yeah.
the note, in this case, it was.
It
deleted.
didn't, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It was inconsistent. Thank you
Yeah,
for that.
absolutely. Thank you for that. Anything you guys know, please let me know. Sometimes the stuff all boggles
Yeah, it would be
together.
confusing when we taught the double counting, but we left the double note.
Yeah.
Yeah. Screw that note.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you. All input is appreciated.
So, Mr. Mayor, you wanna take a brief report there?
Sorry, I did have a question mark on about page.
Let's deal
Not even a
with.
page, it's 46. It's the fire rate staff study. I just didn't understand that at all, but maybe that could be needs to be a separate conversation, a private tutorial or something.
I think it's worth offering a quick recap, and actually, maybe the final version, the word staff probably doesn't really belong. Like, this
Yeah.
is staff's study, but obviously staff prepared the whole budget.
Yeah.
Do you wanna just run through the numbers on the page for?
Yeah, so we basically, we're trying to figure out, when we're looking at determining the fire rate, what it would cost us over the next 10 years for all capital investments. So, there's a turnover on trucks, so we tried to project what we need in rates to help build up the fund so that we can afford the capital expenditures over the next decade. So that's what this is basically showing. It's showing how much we expect we need to invest on an annual basis over the next 10 years. And we're taking out some available reserves. So you're taking the annualized investment based on the 10 years. So that's what we think we need to put in. Any shortfalls that we feel for this year would be required, less anything that we're currently contributing. And then any new revenue from the assessment growth, we're removing that, and that's where we get our annualized shortfall of 301. That is what we're assuming we need to contribute to the reserve on an annual basis over the next 10 years in order to fund the reserve enough that we're able to purchase any capital equipment needed over the next decade. So that's where that came from.
And so that results in the conclusion that we need to add 6 cents to the rate by 29/30.
Yeah.
But, you know, in order to give council time to see what happens with assessment growth and
Yeah.
potentially maybe that cap comes off and then we don't even have to. increase it. So that's why we ended up with 1.2 for this year, which is 1/5 of the 6 over the 5 years. Yeah.
Thank you.
We didn't actually do a 1.2 increase, we did a 0.5 increase, but we're going to end a 1.2 increase.
So that's a great question.
And actually, maybe when we do this, we should add a little note at the bottom, just clarifying that we didn't actually do the 1.2.
Yeah, I can
increase.
definitely-
The budget only reflects a 0.5.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Five-minute break, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I was going to, what is the plan around lunch, CAO?
I thought we could talk about that on the break, if everybody, but so my thought was just to ask, you know, if we've got utilities coming, we'll be back from the break, it would be, you know, 40 minutes before noon. If we thought we'd cover the utilities in an hour, which I think is reasonable, we could say, well, we won't go much past noon, we don't need to cover lunch. If people think that an hour would be, you know, well insufficient, then I imagine staff can arrange for something to be brought in to each, but that's really a council's discussion.
But this isn't also our first time discussing the utilities, so.
It's the first time with
More discussion.
some of these people in the room.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, but
Yeah, let's just move it through.
So we'll plan to adjourn for 12 after having, or when the utilities discussion is completed.
Yeah, sometime between 12 and 1 is most likely, I think, but that should.
How
still
about
be okay.
sometime between 12 and 12:05?
That's up to you. Staff will be happy with that.
You can work it, that's great.
Okay, so
Let's
we
take
will
5.
take, it's 11:15, we'll take 10 minutes. So, welcome back. Thank you very much, madam on the computer. We're back, coffeeed and relieved and ready to go. So, Mr. Hyde, you want to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this last part of the discussion today is intended to be on the utilities, the water and electrical utilities. As Ashley noted before the break, we did go through with many of you present in the initial run through, we did go through the operating side of the utilities. What we didn't talk about in either context was the capital side of the utilities. So I know it's a little bit backwards, but I was thinking maybe we'd start with the capital side of the utilities and then move back around to how that relates to the operating and that can maybe be where we leave it today.
Let's go.
Yeah, so for the capital side, I'll call on this document. And essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna flip through it because there's still no pagination until we get to the heading for water. So that's in blue to help with those be able to find it. Right away within. Right after fire services, the water utility, the first one is the back of the preceding page. Double blue. Water utility.
There we are.
And if you hold it like this, you can see all of the projects in their entirety there. So for the water utility, first off, I guess as I have been doing, I'll highlight that there are quite a lot of prior year projects. I'm not going into those projects, they are completed projects, and you can see, if we flip on to the next page, the actual amounts, prior year 1 to 4 were in fiscal year 22-23, and then prior year, well, overlaps in year 4, and then, or number 4, and then all the way through to 12 was last year. So if anyone has any questions on those prior year projects, I do normally move right through them, so pause for 1 second, see if anyone has any questions. And then I want to talk very quickly about the 17 current year projects. So of the 17 projects, a number of them are just standardized every year. So we got things like new water services, hydrant replacement, water meters. Those are ongoing. We just project an amount of money and then see what happens. Security cameras is finally moving ahead. Just a number of little delays on security cameras. One of the delays has been, obviously, this is a one-time installation for the behind the fences facilities, so that we're not talking about public facilities, we're talking about behind the fences facilities. We've talked about this for 2 years now. Part of why we haven't actually finished this was we were waiting to get the Wi-Fi installation at the Solar Garden waste facility, so the cameras could be linked onto that. So that is now in place. We're just working out some details of the handover of that from area to the town. So that's we'll finally be good to get the cameras out in those, again, behind the fence only locations. But I just wanted to address the fact that it's hanging around for a couple of years, even though it's a very small item. Flow meter, thermometer, structure repairs, I think those are all pretty straightforward things. The structure repair, yeah, go ahead.
I understand that $10,000 for security cameras is in 2030.
So the thing with the security cameras is they have a useful life, and since it's a 10-year budget, we're projecting replacing them. So you've got them in the immediate term, and then you've got them being replaced again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just getting a bit confused with this chart.
Yeah, no, I know. I was seeing the 10-year cost makes it look like more than what the current year cost actually
All right,
is.
gotcha.
So we got water utility vehicles, so that's what we talked about there in terms of vehicle for staff use. And if you look at the 10-year amount, we're saying $190,000, you'd say, well, you know, we just talked about a $45,000 expenditure, what's this $190,000? The answer is the same thing as I just mentioned to Councillor Wilson. It's $45,000 in 24-25, but then we're actually looking ahead to another water utility purchase in 26-27. That's the replacement of the van. So at that point, the water utility will now have 2 vehicles, the new one being purchased next year, and then the van. And then we would also be projecting, and it goes off the side of the page, but in 32-33, the replacement of the vehicle being purchased this year. So it just, you know, the 10 years is supposed to give us a long-term projection, so we make sure we have enough money coming in to pay for these things. That's what that represents, but it's only the $45,000 this year for the
Is this a point at which we shift our focus as far as town utility vehicles go and we make a point of buying electric, so the van will be electric when we eventually get it, and the next dump truck we get will be electric, or?
Well, we're not getting another 5-ton truck at all, according to Jonathan.
Well, whatever we get.
But yeah,
But
if
any
vehicles
vehicle
have
we
electric
buy-
equivalent, that is the intention going forward, so that's what staff will recommend. So the van is, that pricing is reflective of an electric van model. And as I mentioned about the choosing of other vehicles, Scott and Lauren and advice from Efficiency and Clean determined that there was a particular van that would have the most economy to purchase. So right now, that's what we budgeted on. 2 years from now, there may be other models in the market. So
What will the staff use the car for? Not the van, car.
yeah, so the car basically comes down to the fact that there are 3 staff and they're transiting between the raw water pump house, the treatment facilities for water, the treatment facilities for waste, and also doing line bleeding and, you know, other various work around the community. So as the 3 of them move within the community, the van will be used to move equipment and the sedan will just be used to move people.
So they'll both be going to the same location basically with them, is that what you're saying?
If all 3 staff were on the same location at one time, that's quite rare. That's not
Yeah,
typically the
but,
case.
you know, you said
Typically,
we're
you have
going
one
from-
person off doing spot testing and the other 2 people might be on site
Yeah.
working on a line.
You said it was
replacement.
going from the treatment plant to the, say, the wastewater,
Hmm.
but chances are they're gonna need equipment at that location too, so.
So to my example, like you've got somebody doing testing almost all the time, you've got a person who's just doing various types of
Right.
diagnostic activities. So that person could be driving the sedan to a location to do testing while the other 2 people have a van with equipment on site working on a repair. So that's basically the concept. Otherwise, what you'd have to do is you'd have to have them come back with the van,
Well,
pick that person up, drop
That's
them
what
off the
that's
next
what I was
step.
thinking, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be quite, the labor costs would outweigh the value to buy the vehicle.
One thing with buying the vehicle, I was just thinking of how that would work if
And why
they
it
had
would be
the,
another
if they had
van.
the, if they had the sedan and were going somewhere that needed repair but didn't have the,
I originally suggested that they could get 2 vans, but Scott really doesn't feel that they would need that much storage space in that vehicle. So water systems, SCADA, pre-treatment tank, treatment skid, HVAC, pumping equipment, online analyzer, plumbing, these are all things that are being recommended from our operators. Plumbing is the only one that's not really a technical subject, it's just, we did budget that last year, it didn't get completed last year. It's just for plumbing improvement within the water treatment facility building. And those owe to some just age, it's now, I can't even believe, but the facility is 15 years old now. And then also there's just some improvement in that as well. The Edgewater Street project is included there, that's just the design element for the water component of that project. And has some external funding, you'll see at the far margin of the page that shows the numbers on it, I'm not sure if you guys flip it, maybe the page after the one you're looking at, if you want to see current year numbers.
The Edgewater Street project, the extend water service on Edgewater to the town boundary line. Given our discussion earlier this morning, will that include replacing the sewer line and putting in a storm sewer piece?
So this is only the water utility budget, but we'll reference that same project under storm and under wastewater, so it is gonna come up.
It is all going to
Okay,
get done
it's all
at the
about
same
time.
time.
Yeah, now in terms of storm, we're not looking at putting in like a pumped storm system. So
No,
the storm systems would drain into the Hartford.
Yeah.
I just wanna be clear,
yeah,
like for anyone who's imagining that a separated storm system will also prevent road drainage from going to the harbor, that is not the
No,
intention, and it would be far too
That should-
costly.
and that goes to the notion of keeping the public informed. That they are aware that the pipe that they see the water coming out of is strictly stormwater.
Will be after this project.
After the
Yeah, that's
project
what- that's
is
what-
done, yes,
That's
but,
a part of the purpose of
but
it.
that the people that are watching the
Yeah.
pipes coming out of the
Yeah.
churches, right? They're gonna be able to discern the difference.
Once the project's complete, any pipes coming out into the harbor on Edgewater will only be storm sewer.
Okay.
So, the last one on the list, number 17, is the Main Street West Wastewater project, and we did already discuss that project earlier, so unless there's any questions, I wasn't gonna go over in detail. And then we've got future year projects that are intended to help us project out the costs in the coming years for rate purposes and just capital planning. There's 15 of those. Again, I'm not gonna go over them in detail here today, but if anyone has questions now or later, they're only in future years, so.
Councillor
So
Carver
this,
has a
this
question.
isn't strictly budget, it's about timing. So the Main Street West and the Edgewater projects are going to be organized so that they kind of dovetail in the year 25, 19,
That's
2025.
where we've ended up now. They were intended to be separate because we had no timeline on the Edgewater project and we weren't gonna hold up moving ahead to Main Street West. But now that we do have both projects funded, they're gonna end up lining up for the 20.
And what part of the year in 2025 is this gonna happen?
It's to be determined, but I guess one of the driving considerations is, we talked about the stormwater component of Main Street West. The work in the water course does need to be completed between, beginning of June and the end of September. So that component of that project does need to be timed to take place at that time of year. It would be up to a contractor to propose the most cost-effective method of doing the full thing. So, as far as, do they start on Edgewater and work back to Main or start on, I don't know what that schedule will look like. We don't want to prescribe it because it could result in unanticipated cost increases by telling them to move their
Yeah,
pieces around in a certain way.
So, and how will that play out in terms of the high traffic, tourist visitors and members of the, citizens activity in the summer? That's, I'm
So
just
my
just saying.
expectation, what's most likely is there will be flaggers with a single lane open at all times. And that area that is affected will move from Upper Main to the end of Edgewater over the course of probably a couple of months. So there will, throughout a long period of time, be a flagger that you will encounter if you're driving from one end of Mahone to the other.
So,
In any case, there will always be an opportunity to detour around that area. So I'm sure for local residents, that's what they'll do. But if you're a visitor, you're probably gonna get stuck for the typical, 10, 15 minute delay. And that is gonna be an issue.
so again, not strictly budget, but public communication
Exactly.
and collaboration with the chamber.
And I would we should recall the impact that Maureen Hughes had when she was maintaining a very tight communications loop with the contractors when they did Main and,
Pleasant
Pleasant
Street.
and Grandma.
yeah. Cause
Yeah, this will
she,
be like that, but even a substantial notch more,
okay,
larger scale
Does-
than that one.
And
The
lots of
communication, that
communication with the
sounds
chamber.
Well,
yeah,
we have, the good point is the construction doesn't begin until next spring. We have a year.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get more than 10 points over the course of the year.
And they were forewarned on that Monday.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, they should have been forewarned on it since 2016.
Yeah.
But, it's people don't assume something's ever gonna happen after we talk about it enough, so. So if people are good with that, I'm gonna move ahead, I'm gonna move past stormwater, because we've already discussed the stormwater section. And unless anyone has any follow-up questions around stormwater, I will move, right down to wastewater, because we didn't cover wastewater. I know it's
before we
not
leave the
wastewater.
water utility CAO, I don't see anything in our budget plans for how we move the technology of our water system. Getting meterage at the houses that's a newer technology that can possibly be read online without having to pay somebody to go house to house and write down the numbers. Well, electrical, they call them smart meters. I don't know if
But
water.
not for water and electric, they do it. I don't know about water for that.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. You will see it in the 10-year capital detail for the electrical utility, and it's not here in the water side, and we do intend to do it at the same time. So we should add it to the 10-year
So,
forecast.
okay, so it will be funded from two different sources for the same period of work.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's the network backbone, so basically like there's relays throughout town that pick up the communications and transfer them to a central place.
Mhm.
That backbone would be shared between the water utility and the electrical. We'll probably install the backbone as an electric utility project because there's actually some money for that through Intercan. And then the water utility meters will just take advantage of that existing network.
Just regarding that, what, the meter reading, how comes we send two staff out to do a water meter reading? To do meter readings?
As opposed to just one.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
efficiency.
think it's, you know.
Well, once it's in the
safety-
van, the other one goes reads the meters.
I think they radio back and the person in the van is the one that writes down the information, is my understanding.
When they come past our place, the one sits in the van, the other guy goes, reads the meters, gets back in the van, they move on to the next house.
So I
what's
think that
successful
the
too?
time commitment probably does, like, you could probably get like somewhere between 30 and 50% more efficiency having two people separately. It wouldn't be double, because this actually says some stuff they're actually doing. But you could probably get a little more efficient out of that. The issue would be the need to have the two vehicles in use simultaneously. And from a safety perspective, we generally don't have a single person in the field if preventable. So there's a lot of things to balance, a lot of factors to balance. Ultimately, we are always looking for efficiencies in meter reading, because it is a costly and time-consuming process. But hopefully, within the next 5 years, we won't be doing it anymore. So that's the long-term solution. You know, put in the network.
It always used to be just one person when we hit it other times, so now all of a sudden.
And he would
there
walk the route too,
They
I
used to
think,
walk the route, yeah.
nobody drove
Yeah.
them around.
So,
Gary Vee.
anyway,
Gary Vee, no?
So if there's any other questions on water, I'll move on to wastewater. And again, the wastewater is not part of the water utility, but we didn't cover it last time, so just thought I'd quickly run through it.
So at a high level, water, it looks like we've got $350,000 deficit, including the depreciation, which is non-cash, add that back in. We're still underwater $200,000 a year, but the entire revenue for the water is what, 800? Including the subsidy, which is really coming from fire for the hydrants.
To Joe's point, should we just now, before moving off, just talk about the water operating so that this is part of one?
Oh, okay, sorry,
Let's do
I
it.
thought that's,
No, no, let's-
I thought that's where we were.
I was just doing all the capital first, but let's do
Oh, yeah,
water
fair enough.
operating now.
Okay,
That makes sense, yeah, so go ahead with your question, but as, do
So-
you wanna introduce this at all? Do you wanna?
Well, Joe kind of gave me a great segue
Sorry.
in that no, this is fine. We're looking at a deficit. We are doing, on page 53, we are doing a rate study. But because of our financial statements availability, we can't actually, apply, right, we can't apply until we're looking at about the last, when we apply, it's probably not gonna be applicable until the last quarter of this budget year. So keep in mind that the metered sales do have a quarter of about a 30% increase in there as a potential rate increase. But as Councillor Feeney said, we're still looking at a deficit of about 300,000, including depreciation, so you back that out.
That's the cash.
Yeah,
Cash flow.
yeah, the other thing is, we have to, and forgive me, I need to grab my note on this one, 'cause it's been a while since I presented this, but we have to claw back according to, I think it's the regulations. Oh, no, I think that's on the electric, ignore me.
Well, I mean, but if you were about to talk about the mandatory contribution to depreciation reserve, it is worth noting, I don't know if that's what you're gonna say, but within the water utility, there is a substantial portion of money that comes out of rates that is required to be put aside
Yeah.
for future capital. And that's not even the thing we might do where we say, well, we're gonna net this out so we cover all interest and principal out of this. That can't even be reduced by that.
By
That has to actually be money put in the bank, so.
By legislation.
Yeah, by
Absolutely,
legislation. So
yeah.
that's a significant driver too, is as we do these projects, and we just did the one going from the treatment facility down to
Correct.
Main Street, that was $450,000. Actually, that was $450,000 to us, that was an $800,000 project.
Yeah,
That $800,000 is, you know, over its useful life, we have to put that money aside as well. So we put in a new asset for $800,000, and then the very next year, we have to put aside an additional $40,000
Yeah.
to pay for the replacement of that asset down the road.
Right.
So that is one of the
And-
things that's driving us
And
up.
with the deficit, the cumulative deficits also have to be paid back within 7 years, so we're trying to factor in that of approximately $60,000 a year to try and.
Right, and actually talks about a possible rate increase, part of a consideration of any future rate increase
Yeah.
would be paying back the accumulated deficits to get to the point of a balanced budget.
Councillor Wilson?
This money that has to go in the bank to pay, essentially it's depreciation.
yeah,
That's it.
Has that always been the case?
For water, yes.
yeah.
And so if that is the case, why don't we have a huge bundle of money
Sitting
to
Well, we
pay
do.
for all these pipe replacements?
We do, it's just,
There's two things,
Historical
we do
capital
have
costs
quite a
so
bit of
low.
money, yeah, as Joe says, we do have quite a bit of money in the reserve now, which is kind of where the operating deficits are being temporarily covered from. But then also, as to Joe's point, most of our water system is 80 years old.
Right,
So the depreciation on that is nothing.
right.
Yeah.
So,
And even if you had done it at historic cost, it would have been a pittance by today's standards.
So-
$50 a year.
Yeah.
not to go down a long and winding road, but this is, so two things. One, when we made our changes with Deloitte, our old auditor several years ago, they changed their convention because we only would have held on our balance sheet the net of the of the contributions. So say we had $1 million project and the federal government paid 700 and we paid 300, we only put 300 on the books, which drove the historical depreciation amounts. So that convention's changed now. So now we have to fund the gross, not the net. So that's a big big policy change. Second thing is that we're gonna spend more money in 2025 than the entire 100-year history of the utility combined. Like, we're quadrupling the size of the utility balance sheet. And so that's why I really wonder about, like, what is the virtue on rushing to the regulator when we know that there's gonna be cost overrun? Like, why wouldn't we wait? Why wouldn't we wait until we had the real actual costs of these projects that were done? And so we really know, because otherwise we're gonna be going to the regulator 3 times in 3 years. And isn't the math, like, aren't we so far underwater on a cash basis that, I mean, we would be talking about doubling the water rate. And I kind of wonder about maybe, like, if I look at the Lunenburg scenario, which is just like unmetered, use as much water as you want. For a flat fee, like, maybe we can no longer even contemplate having a metered rate based on use. Because it's such a, anyway, we don't need to litigate it all today, but I just wonder about the timing of the regulatory effort, knowing that we've got such substantial investment coming in front of us. It won't even matter, like $100,000 more it's gonna be a rounding error compared to our cost.
So I guess I just wanted to quickly say, so, obviously Ashley's put in like a fairly conservative 1/4 of 30%. It's not gonna totally break the bank if we don't actually apply for that in this year. No more than we're already breaking the bank, I guess, technically, but we will have the opportunity with Jerry Eisner and Blaine Rooney,
Yes.
who are kind of the foremost experts in terms of preparing these rate studies. The rate study being presented to council in July with them speaking to it and answering these questions is really a strategic discussion for council. Like, the rate study itself is not about applying to the board, it's about informing your overall practice. Like, if you're gonna apply to the board, that could be one decision, but ultimately I think it's very helpful to talk to them about how the prior year accumulated deficit is handled from a regulatory perspective. So rather than Ashley and I really digging into it today, I think what you get to look forward to a very robust discussion with them in July, and we'll give you all the data and we'll get into it in detail. So yeah, I think that's probably.
Just fundamentally, if you have 1,000 people living in town and we're generating the amount of revenue that we're generating now, net of the hydrants, which is just flow through coming from fire, right? Like, you can do the math. Really, there's only one way out of this, and that's we need 300 or 400 more people to live in town. So, like, that's the answer. The answer is we need people to use, we need a lot more people using a lot more water and willing to pay for it. So,
That's the hard part.
right, so, I mean, because we need 400,000 or more, 500,000 more a year in revenue on a base of 500 or 600 to make the utility work. Anyway, I don't know how we're gonna solve it this year. So, like, how are we gonna fund the deficit? Are we like, what's the mechanics of transferring money? It has to come from town general because we're out of operating reserve within the utility, which is the first thing you led with the meeting with, Dylan, fair enough. So we've drawn down on the operating reserve as we've run these big deficits these last few years. It's negative 350,000 now, I think page 2 or page 3. So are we contemplating having town general lend utility the money and then taking back a note of some kind? Like, what do you see as the mechanics on making sure town general is not subsidizing the water utility?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think it does need to be done formally one way or another. And we were waiting for the reserve management policy to kind of deal with those interfund transfers in a standardized way. And so Ashley has come forward with specific recommendations from time to time about transferring like a temporary loan from one fund to another. And we will need to do that in this case,
Yeah.
technically.
I think
I think
so.
we're just kind of waiting on the audits to clear up some real understanding of our, real position. So by the time we do the transfers for 2023-24 year end,
Mhm.
which is kind of the last part of the 23-24 audit process, so likely by September at the latest, then that's when we would do those interfund transfer considerations. I think because of our tradition of keeping absolutely all water expenditures in general until the end of each year, which we're working on, but that is what we've historically done. The town general has always been responsible for the cash flow of the water
Yeah.
facility.
No, fair enough.
So we're kind of good mid-year, but we will have to work it out with some formal transfers, and we just wait on the audit to confirm the necessary amounts, but yeah.
I'll wait on
So. So in my mind, like, this is really important to have that really formalized. Because like over the last 4 or 5 years, town generals funded a lot of special initiatives on behalf of the other mandates. Like we're funding hundreds of thousands of dollars towards fire. We talked about earlier in the budget, associated with the fire hall. Fair enough, like we're doing it. We funded many hundreds of thousands of dollars around the interim financing in the solar garden, right? The financing of the interest, which is not in the utility, which is in town general, funded through the operating line. And then this is going to be, in the future, going to be further many hundreds of thousands of dollars that is getting funded from town general to the water and inevitably to the electrical utility, which is going to be identical conversation 20 minutes from now.
Yeah.
So this is the world we live in, and but we do have different groups of people that have different responsibilities to pay for different baskets of services. And we need to keep all these circles separate. And so right now, as I say, fixed income folks living in town paying town general property tax, they are not responsible for water deficits, electrical deficits, solar garden construction carry costs. I mean, these are just not things that they're supposed to be paying for. And so we just need to make sure, and they're not paying for those. I'm not saying they're paying for them now, but somehow we need to cash flow those. So I just think we need to get these loans set up to make sure that there's some way for these utilities to pay back town general. And we need to have that formalized, and it needs to come with interest.
And I think that's all, that's extremely important consideration in this year, and I think it's all gonna be that much more challenging with $17 million and more capital work coming. We have another ICIP funded project, the Main Street West. I guess we can assume it will take a long time to get our claims.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't know how much of that will be the prompt submission of claims for Ashley, which I'm sure will be as or more prompt than anything we've had through Antigonish on the solar project. But as far as, the federal government dragging their feet, we're gonna again have to really master the tracking of project interest on short-term borrowing in order to make sure we're making whole each of these calculations.
Right.
So Ashley's getting lots of experience, but we do need to formalize it. So that was a great rundown from Councilor Feeney, who has a really good take on the
Well-
water. Does anyone else have questions on the water operating?
How are we funding the deficit?
It's like just right now.
Like, so we're 2 months into the fiscal year. Like, I assume the answer is the town's gonna give the utility a loan.
Yeah, so I mean, in the immediate term, like I was saying, we don't actually take any of the revenues or expenditures for the utility out of town general for each year until the end of the year.
Until the end of the.
Right, so like it won't,
No,
yeah, so that's how it's being funded now.
okay, no, fair enough.
And that's always been our practice. Yeah, which is, we don't really want that to be the practice in the long term in terms of normalizing these things.
Mhm.
We're getting there.
So, yeah, I guess the conclusion is we do project out a $48,000 deficit for water for the year. And I think it is important to project the deficit so that people see honestly the actual situation. But, we could
try to show that as less of a deficit, that wouldn't really be honest.
I mean, all for the people that get to this point in the budget.
I'm sure there's a couple. So if everybody's comfortable to move on, I guess, I just briefly wanted to speak to the wastewater capital, just because we didn't. So in your capital handout, it's this page. That's something that, isn't in the operating, or isn't in the utility budget, but just based on where we stopped the discussion last time, we didn't specifically speak to these, so I'm just gonna quickly run them down in case there's any comments. We had 4 prior year projects of lead to say the PAA pilot project was finally concluded. I think that Scott would feel the recommendation of that project is that we should consider UV treatment in the future, but at the end of the day, we've done everything we can to cost effectively utilize ferroacetic acid as a form of treatment. The capital costs were extremely minimal. The long-term operating costs do still seem to exceed the projected costs to do UV. So if we had $500,000 or could make it concurrent with some other treatment upgrade, UV does seem in the long run to result in a lower operating cost, but net of capital, this was easier to get into, and it is now fully established that we can use ferroacetic acid for more years. We'll just track how much the chemical costs and vulnerability to the US dollar seem to be the driving factors on that, compared if we never really thought about how, you know, the relative exchange rate of the US dollar was actually a big factor in chemicals, whereas in electrical, it doesn't come up at all. So those are just things we're learning, and that's why it's a pilot, and we've been able to share this data with a number of other municipalities, which is why the province helped fund the pilot, because it actually is something that's helping other municipalities as well. So other than that, I'm not going to speak to the prior year projects in any particular way unless there's any questions. I'm just going to cover the ones in the current year. We have SCADA, new services, security cameras, lift station refurbishment, lift station refurbishment I'll stop on. So those first 3, I talked about them in water, they're pretty general annual costs of things from last year. The lift station refurbishment, I do want to speak to, we had $40,000 in last year's budget.
Where are you?
So on this wastewater page, on the first wastewater page, but if you want to go to the one you're on.
Oh, wastewater, I'm on
Storage
stormwater.
from the end.
I'm on stormwater.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's wastewater.
Okay.
And number 4, lift station refurbishment. It was previously budgeted at $40,000 based on an estimate from CB Seattle who considered the work. This is essentially, the lift stations have, you know, based on their life, they were installed in the 90s, a number of issues that the tracks that the pumps come in and out on, things like that have fallen apart. It's a real vulnerability because if something were to go substantially wrong, it's very difficult to work in, extricate equipment. It'll become submerged in sewer almost immediately, and we may not be able to get it out. So it is a real challenge. Unfortunately, when we went out at $40,000, unfortunately, when we went out to the market, we did not get any submissions at all. So it has nothing to do with the established budget. We just got no submissions at all. We went out again and had made a change where we were going to purchase the equipment and we were going to do the contractor was only going to be responsible for the installation stuff. And again, got no submissions at all. So this is very unusual. We're not really sure what the issue was, but in the course of the lack of submissions, we were able to get the attention of a few companies that said that in the future, depending on how it's put out, they will submit. And that also caused us to revise upwards the cost estimate from $40,000 to $120,000. So unfortunately, we think it's going to be $120,000. Fortunately, we do think we'll at least be able to get a company to do the work. So it, you know, again, we're just lucky it hasn't come up in the past couple of years, but we do still need to do it, and we're now up to 120. Wow. And that's reflective, I think, of the general cost. This is all equipment pretty much, so.
Is this one or all?
I think 2 of them particularly, but it's all of them, yeah. And it does include, or the intention would be to wire them up for generators at the same time. So there is at least a benefit there, is they're currently not wired up for generators. So at least we would do that. The actual generator that we would have to buy to provide for them is like $100,000. So we're just talking about renting the generators in the meantime for now. But in the long run, once they're wired and, you know, we could consider purchasing generators, but or a generator.
So one generator would run all 3, or it had to have a separate generator?
We should only run one at a time, so we
so
were just looking at renting.
I'm just wondering how big a generator a person needs. We could put up one of the portable generators be enough to run that lift station. So you
The biggest lift station would need a generator that it costs, it's similar to the one at the Railwater Pump House. I think it cost us $80,000 3 years ago.
So it'd be permanent.
Yeah, well, it could be permanent, it would most likely be permanent, but we'd have to bring it in as a rental, like a portable rental version if we had the issue come up in the near future. Right now, we can't even run them at all, like they're not required.
Rules, this, it seems to me that if one of those fails for whatever reason, the problems are almost instantaneous, is that right? Like it just backs up and the system has to shut down? Or you dump
Yeah,
it, or you dump it into the harbor,
We'll eventually get dumped in the harbor.
but eventually, so what, 10 minutes?
No, I mean, it does, something. If you ask people with the code grant to limit their usage, we might get a couple hours. But yeah, it does have a limited duration, and so if it's a smaller issue, you can get pumps, what you do is you get pump trucks on site in that couple of hours. And so that they're there to stop any overflow into the harbor, but that's a costly thing, obviously, and ultimately, if the trucks can't keep up with the flow, it will go into the harbor, and environment would always be alerted in that circumstance. We haven't had it happen a lot here, I had it happen in Shelburne a number of times, and just unfortunately, lift stations are located right next to the harbor in every community, because they put where the outflow locations used to be, so, yeah, that's the vulnerability.
Well, that's what they have to do.
Yeah, well, yeah, that is where they have to be, but, they're below sea level, so that it creates an extra. The chamber is below sea level, so.
But it strikes me, if I may, to elaborate a bit, that this is deserving of a kind of a careful, detailed study rather than just saying, well, we need to rent this or we need to bring in trucks. I mean, I don't know what the solution is, but I would suspect that if you go to a city like Toronto, they have a solution to this problem, because they would have the problem for sure.
Yeah, the generator being permanently installed on site is the long-term ideal. I guess all we're saying is that this project would wire them for it, and then we could look for grants, and then we might be able to provide for that in the long run.
But if a pump fails, generator doesn't mean nothing. It's the pump.
So they already have a pump redundancy now.
Okay.
Yeah, the issue with the pump redundancy now is if we actually have to pull one of the pumps, if there were an issue, we are not reliably able to remove the pumps. You're not supposed to have to go down into the chamber to remove the pumps. And currently the rail system doesn't work, so we would have to, yeah. And nobody would want to be in that situation where a truck is actively pumping and the only air to get in and out is while the truck's like pumping it down just enough for you to get down and pull the pump out of it.
You know what would be interesting if, as the popularity of this pump prevails in municipal environments, if the pump manufacturer had a 5-minute video, you know, here's the pump and here's what it does and here's how it works and here we are changing this and changing that, and you just stick it on your website. So the citizens can go look at it to better understand why we're having the problems that we're having and that fixing them are as complicated an issue as they are. Because right now, all they know is that their sewer's not working and it's backing up into the harbor. Well, that's CAO's fault, and my fault, and people around the council table's fault. But they should be able to see that it's not a result of a poor decision, that we've done everything we can do, but stuff still happens. You still have bad days. And they need to know that we're working on it. 'Cause I think we spend far too much time getting beaten up over this stuff when we shouldn't be.
Well, exactly. I mean, so here's $150,000 in capital just in this category,
Yeah,
coupled with the $350,000 operating deficit. On a base of
This is
$800,000
actually
in revenue.
This is actually wasteful.
to be,
Fair,
That's
well,
my-
over zero revenue.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
zero.
so fair enough, like, it's $150,000 in capital to support not being, I mean, only being facilitated through. So this is funded through town general.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And we've talked about the idea of a wastewater rate, but of course, as soon as we create one, it'll have the same challenges. as a
Well,
water
let's
rate.
not.
Yeah.
Let's not. Yeah, well, fair enough,
and
Kelly.
I think,
That's
again,
not-
we keep coming back to the citizen awareness piece. Town general or town operational or town whatever, the average citizen doesn't know and doesn't care. All they know is they paid this big tax bill and they're not getting the services they thought they were gonna get.
Uh-huh.
And that's a fair consideration.
Well, and it goes back to the level of service, what can we actually promise,
Yeah.
in terms of
Yeah.
our capacity. And then there could be a segue, I'm sorry to say this, into, well, can we actually function as a town at all? So, as a tiny town,
It's gonna become more relevant as the
Yes.
cost continues to
Yeah.
increase.
I don't wanna go there, but that's
No?
the next question.
Well, I think, you know, if you look at the jurisdiction like New Brunswick, where they have come in and made some substantial restructuring on that basis, typically it reduces services. Like
What does?
typically it's, the restructuring of municipalities is usually about reduction in
Right,
service
Yeah.
levels, so a town council may not be willing to reduce those
Yeah.
service levels, but ultimately that is what will happen.
yep,
It's.
Somebody with no skin in the
Which is the
game.
reason why
Yeah.
Antigonish
In Halifax
County and
makes a
Antigonish
decision.
Town are not merging together. Like,
yeah.
no thought that they could get it through the regulator.
Okay.
We think we can, we think we can.
Yeah,
We
I
keep
mean,
trying.
community fabric is what is really the test.
Yeah,
If people all
absolutely.
agree on what services they want and they're willing to pay, and willingness to pay.
Yeah. A desperate requirement for some growth.
Yes, which at least
Some growth.
we're at least, unlike many places in rural Nova Scotia, we have reason to anticipate, so
Yeah.
that's a positive. Numbers 5, 6, and 7 are just small equipment purchase things. Number 8 is the Main Street West project, so this is just the wastewater share of that project, 2.5 billion, so that's that's included here in this wastewater section. So if anybody has questions on wastewater, otherwise I'm gonna jump right into the electrical, because that was the.
Sorry, Dylan, just like high level on line item 8, because when we all refer to the Main Street West wastewater water project that we've been talking about for several years. Talked about it already this meeting. So it started off as Cherry Lane to the original idea was Cherry Lane all the way to the Blockhouse border. And we've scaled it back because we've had increases in cost, 13% increase in cost based on inflation. You talked about that at the last meeting. And then we've got this incremental overlay now as well for the stormwater issue consolidated together. So if we wanted to get like one number for the program for West Main Street to be completely delineated from the other program, which is Edgewater, can you just, is there a way to aggregate the budget for Main Street versus Edgewater? So at least when we're talking to people in town about how much money we're spending, how much money they're spending on those two separate and distinct projects, we can kind of keep the numbers more aggregated together, because once they start ripping up Main Street over here, I don't think anyone's really they're just gonna wanna know, you know, how much we're spending on this corridor and when will the construction be over? That'd be my sense of things.
So the overall was, the last estimate we got, which of course will be proven if we go to market. So we
Right.
can't- But it was 10.4 million in total.
For West Main.
Yeah, for West Main.
Right,
So that's the original project
Right.
plus the stormwater, and as you say, the original project was scaled back only slightly in that we were going to do a water line replacement from the top of the hill on Main to the
Mhm.
Walker's boundary. We weren't going to do anything but the water line in that section, and that has been scaled back. So, yeah,
10.8,
10.4.
10.4, which includes the stormwater solution that we chatted about. That's driving the incremental new service fee.
Yeah, and then we've got external funding attached. I don't have it super handy, but there was a substantial portion of external funding attached to that project as well.
That's water, wastewater and stormwater.
Water, wastewater, stormwater, reinstatement of surface road stuff, and then that one has raw water as well. So we should acknowledge that from Clearway up to the intersection of the treatment facility out and Main Street, so basically at the long-term care facility. That also is raw water because the raw water lines run down Clearway Street and then up to the treatment facility. So that is the line that carries water from Oakland Lake. So we also have to replace that in this period. And the goal with that is we did already replace it from the facility down the Main. We'll replace it down as far as Clearway in this project. And then in the future, we would replace it from the corner of Clearway and Main up Clearway and along the rail trail out to Oakland Lake. So that remaining project is shown for 28, 29, I think, in this budget. So that is still, there'd still be one section. It's a bit less costly because it's not all under roadways, but there's still a cost. I have had an initial conversation with DNR and Dynamite Trail people about the notion of running it under the trail. And there's good support for that. I guess one thing that they're interested in, and this is quite premature just to mention it, is the section from Clearland Road to the Dynamite, or the Mush Bridge, that small section. They would be interested in some upgrading on that section because they're proposing a new accessible section so that people could actually park and accessibly travel to the bridge and then enjoy like a picnic area there. So that's the same section that we'd have to dig up completely. And then in the resurfacing of it, they're hoping to resurface it to a higher standard, so might even have asphalt just from Clearland Road to the bridge. So that can jive with if we put the line underneath and then pay a service and that's so that they'd be very happy if they got to do that as part of the project. And that's 5 years from now, just say that's right now.
Councillor Wilson, just a sort of a technical issue on that. Once you get to the bridge, I presume you would cross the bridge above the surface. The pipe would be in the open air,
Underneath the bridge, most likely.
underneath the bridge. So the question arises, if you can do that for 200 or 300 meters, why can't you run the pipe the whole way above ground?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question for the engineers. I'll take it back and we've got at least 5 years to figure it out, so. You know, in some environments at above ground, it has to be heated, and so the cost of heating, that could be the difference. But the raw water does flow continuously, so that might obviate the need for heating. In Nunavut, of course, all of the pipes are above ground.
Yeah, they're insulated.
Yeah, so I was quite familiar with that.
And heated?
They're all heated, and when they fail, it's unbelievable.
It looks like less coil around the pipes?
Yeah,
Oh,
So Mayor, when we look at West Main Street, 10.4 million, add that to the amount of money we've already spent on doing the work from the pump station down to the McLeod Group facility, we must be well over.
that was 800,000.
That was
I mean, we
800.
only spent 450. but-
Yeah, no, fair enough, 800. I'm just like putting ourselves back where we were when we started the proposals. We started like, I guess what it tells us is that like time, like there's no good time. But what you do know is everything you defer is gonna be a lot more expensive. And so, I mean, these prices have doubled, I would say, haven't they, from our original program?
Yeah, from the beginning of this council's term, I
And-
think they've
I
doubled.
mean, in council and,
And you could say that a little bit of that doubling is, you know, the nuance of getting into detailed design and things.
Yeah, I mean,
A
in
lot
our-
of it is inflation.
and our $12 million project along the Edgewater, we thought we were gonna get it completely done for 4 million,
Yeah.
7 years ago. So
And-
anyway,
and
it's
2016
Maybe it would be appropriate in the future for a final report to the public. Include a section on finance that compares what we thought it was going to cost, or we were told it was gonna cost
yeah.
on day one, and what it ended up costing us and why. A lot of the issues might be obvious, but not to everybody.
Mhm.
and every citizen should be, or property owner should be absolutely familiar with that dynamic, because every time you get an estimate, it's always more
Yep.
in the long run.
And
Every-
in recent
Yeah.
months, it's been magnified by
Yeah.
the cultural issues going on in our community.
So are we comfortable to move to electricals? Yep. In the interest of.
Won't be as shocking, I don't think.
So the electrical capital,
So yeah, electrical capital to start, and that's the yellow heading here. You're almost at the end of the document. Sorry, I can't give you a page reference, but. So there's only two prior year projects and they're wildly different in scale. The prior year transformers replacement and the underground locator. The underground locator is just a portable piece of equipment that water and electrical share, and they have purchased that. The transformers replacement obviously is a major project with the receipt of 100 transformers that have to go off around town over the next year and a half. Those were in prior year, the costs are pretty much paid in prior year, but they have actually begun to arrive with the first container arriving yesterday. And the truck purchase that is in the current year is directly in relation to that, so I just wanted to mention those transformers, they are arriving, they'll be inspected next week. We haven't even been allowed to break the seal on the container because the Stark Oil is the company that was doing the importing, so they have to come and inspect them. But we're looking forward to getting into those and making the plans for how many of them they can put up throughout the summer and fall. And so that is a good segue into the current year. because I did want to talk about number 5, the utility truck. So, it says $180,000. This is the same kind of thing over 10 years. This is not one utility truck. That would be a utility truck now, and then a replacement for that utility truck in the 10-year period. So it's a $90,000. And that $90,000 proposed truck is, like a 1-ton truck. We're not talking about a bucket truck. This would be a truck for the transportation of equipment. So there's a limited capacity on the bucket trucks to actually carry equipment, something like a transformer, you can't carry on those trucks because they've got the ladders and there's just no room for something as large as a transformer or voltage regulator. So we don't have equipment dedicated to that purpose. They can use public works equipment and they do use public works equipment, but ultimately we're gonna need this truck like every other day for a year and a half. And so beyond that, are we still gonna use the truck? Obviously, we're still gonna use the truck, but the primary, really intensive use of the truck is for this Transformers project. And my understanding from Phil, if we were to do it using a smaller piece of equipment that can only transport a single one of them at a time based on the weight, that would actually result in, like when I do the math, about $60,000 of increased labor just for them running back and forth to pick up the extra transformers with a smaller vehicle. So this is, really $90,000, but in just a year and a half, it would save $60,000 worth of labor on driving back and forth to pick up transformers with a smaller vehicle. So I really think it's worth the purchase.
So,
How big are these transformers?
Yeah, they're very large. I mean, it's the ones that are up on a pole, except they're on pallets and stuff. So they may look a little smaller up on the pole, but they're very substantial. I don't have the weight off the top of my head, but I know the weight is enough that you need a 1-ton truck to carry them.
are some of these transformers being purchased by RELC?
So this, everything refers to is the town, but I will add, and it's important to mention, when I pitched this last year, and we didn't get a transformers in time for Dramatic for last year anyway, we were saying, well, we're gonna need it, and then RELC's got a similar, they got 70 transformers, they gotta put up a similar issue. And we thought that they would be ordering them at the same time. Now, they didn't end up ordering them at the same time, but they actually have worked out to get those same transformers that they need by next year, which means they'll have a very limited window to put them up. They certainly will need this truck to put them up, and that has been expressed to RELC for several years now. It's also been expressed now to the area staff who are working on behalf of RELC, and the area staff have indicated a strong agreement to the need for this truck. Unfortunately, they're not able to commit to RELC sharing in the cost of the purchase. I think given the context of RLC, we may not really value their commitment at this point to the purchase. What we did work out with Aerial was that, absent any actual cost sharing on the purchase, if RLC wants to use the truck next year, they'll be renting it at a per hour rate. So we'll recover some costs there, and I think we should expect to recover some costs there.
Yeah.
But I didn't put that in here in any
Which
way.
they may or may not pay.
So
Next week we'll put a better sense of that.
Just to put it in perspective,
Bill,
just to put it in perspective, we're looking at the equivalent of a Ford F-550.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm not
A 350
I'm not the equipment guy.
A 350 is a 3/4 ton.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
That's what we have.
like I know we're getting into electrical now and, like the issue around, the fleet for the utility and how it's funded through our partnership with Riverport, I think is an ongoing discussion. I mean, the revenue stream associated with the existing purchase, that we always had in the notes up until 2 years ago. And now it's zeroed. This is for the rental, this is for the payment by Riverport for the truck. So I think just within that whole context of the fleet, and how it's gonna get funded, and if it's gonna be, as they don't have any borrowing capacity, and we certainly do, maybe we can just take that offline for another day, but I suggest that you'd want, in a perfect world, you'd wanna have one business model, not multiple business models, so it's
We're really
Anyway,
trying to
figure
work
it out.
towards a sort of a comprehensive.
program.
Yeah, it really is, because there's just so much billing back and forth for these small things, even when times were good and all bills were getting paid, so, yeah. So other than the truck, which, obviously, I would love to tell Phil he'd go ahead and buy as soon as possible, because we're receiving the transformers now, so they do need the truck. The other key projects in the current year are electric line replacements, transformers, new meters, thermal imager. So the line replacements, transformers and meters are just ongoing, like we have an amount every year. And we generally, if you wanna look at the actuals for last year, like these turned out to be, pretty good conservative estimates that we're spending about $5,000 on each of them and we budgeted $40,000. So we're probably not gonna spend that whole amount, but we put it in there, we spend what we need to. At the end of the day, a lot of these costs are actually recouped from customers. Like if we look at the remote example, if they're gonna spend $50,000 putting in service to that property, they're gonna pay us back for the vast majority of that. We only cover the first small section and then they're responsible for the rest. So, we would net these things out at the end of the day, but we do need to have a projection that we're spending money. And sometimes we get it back and sometimes we don't. It all depends on the strange regulation that is about distance as opposed to about a percentage of the cost. So we cover 100% of the cost for the first so many meters and then no percent of the cost for the remaining. And it just kind of depends how that works out. In some cases, we end up paying all the costs for new service. In cases, we end up paying a very small fraction. But our costs are usually fairly limited by that regulation, so it's not a bad rule. And then the thermal imager is a piece of equipment that will be used for diagnostics and transformers. So basically you can see looking at the transformer with a thermal imager, what the heat loss is, which actually gives you an indication of the functioning of it and whether it needs maintenance. So it's a very quick way to do maintenance activities. The thought is we'll probably end up sharing it with Berwick and maybe even Antigonish and other places, and we'll just work out some way that they can compensate us for the use of it. So that's the current year, but I did want to emphasize the future year, just two key projects in the future year with electrical that I think people should have an eye to, because when we're talking about the electrical operating in a second, these are on the horizon in terms of the future operating cost and deficit. That being the voltage regulator and grid upgrades, actually, and smart meters. So that's numbers 2, 4, and 5 of the future year. I just want to emphasize, these are not things we're talking about right now. But if you go ahead to the projection over the future 10 years, most of those costs are in 25, 26, or 26, 27. And what it essentially represents is, as you all know, we've had an assessment done of our grid. Strom was contracted to do that assessment. We've been making improvements in terms of switching around the circuits and adding voltage regulators that are on Kinburn. So as we have growth in the community, we need to continue to upgrade the grid to serve that growth. So we've done this modeling in order to advance projections that we will need to buy some more voltage regulators and we will need to do some more line upgrades. If we have 200 more customers, if we have these various condominiums and things that have been suggested, we're going to need to upgrade the grid as they go. So just like with the long-term care facility where we paid $250,000 to upgrade the grid for that facility, we will continue to have to upgrade the grid for new development. In the long run, there's a solid basis for that in terms of revenue, but the way that the electrical utility is regulated, you just eat the costs of those things because you're responsible to provide service to the customer. So your rates are supposed to be high enough that that's not a loss, it should be a gain, but it, you still gotta cover the cost. So that's what those upgrades are, and I will say that the grid upgrades does not include the portion of the Edgewater Street project that would be for Bird Electrical. So that's in the Edgewater Street project, but it's not broken out to electrical here. So that's really just kind of like an oversight on my part, because the way that CVCL quoted on the project didn't include the electrical as a separate broke out item in the previous draft. So it's just buried into the water, wastewater, and I think it all ends up on the transportation side. So when you talk about the road, you're doing the buried electrical. But it is in the budget, it's just not in this line. But so that buried electrical and Edgewater is part of what would be needed to serve the Keddy's grid, everybody except Jonathan Wilson. So that section out there would also probably require the installation of one of these voltage regulators on Orchard Street as a point before that new line. So it would essentially regulate the if there's major development down towards Keddy's that actually like spikes demand at some point, because it's out on the periphery of the system, we need a voltage regulator on that circuit. So those sort of costs are just, projections. If we see increased development, then we can order a voltage regulator and put it in. So we just want to make sure it's contemplated. And the grid up, the smart meters are also in here. And those smart meter costs, you would be aware that we've applied for 50% funding from Enercan. We don't know yet if we're going to get it.
So,
So is the 75,000 estimate net of the possible Intercan contribution?
No, this was actually meant to be our full cost.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it's probably an underestimate, so we get the other can and then it ends up not actually being 50% less than this, but.
So given the 75,000 per year for 3 years, is that to suggest that about 1/3 of our clients would be converted each year?
Yeah, that was the thought.
Okay.
Yeah. And really, in practice, what would happen is the network backbone thing would happen first and then the roll out of the meters. So the first year, the costs might be front loaded to putting in the network backbone that all the meters would use. But I'm not, right now, we don't have that level of detail design.
Councillor Longstreth.
Yes, and is that at any cost to the customer?
So all of this stuff is at a cost to the customer, but the way the electrical works is we just have to be bringing in enough money to pay for it. So if we're not, it just contributes to deficits. So in terms of future year costs, we have to balance the source of supply. If we save a little money on supply, then customers don't pay a bunch more for capital. It's all just within the rate structure with the electric utility.
Okay,
And it's essentially because Nova Scotia Power, they're the primary regulated entity, are supposed to be able to provide service regardless of the various capital investments they make. So
Right.
they have discretion.
so those who are getting it installed now, when they do a new build, if they choose a smart meter, they're paying the full cost or?
No, it's not, there's no cost to them. We just,
Okay.
if we upgrade the meters, the new meters will be of a new type, right? And we'll just continue to do it that way.
Okay, and is it true that your power saving program, like using your dishwasher and your laundry, washers and dryers through the evening only work with the smart meter program, or is that available to?
So yeah, it's a great question. So we don't have a demand, what we do have a demand structure, but it's not a time of day demand structured pricing. So right now in town, if any customer generally uses energy, the only thing that is significant is the overall usage of energy, not the time at which they use it. So, you do benefit obviously from keeping your consumption down. It's not like a flat rate for all the energy you can use, but the time of day at which you use it is not something that you as a customer benefit from. Installing a smart meter would let you know when you're using it, but it actually also would not translate into a time of day rate. Currently by our regulations, you can only access a time of day rate through the installation of electric thermal storage technology. So that's an old timey regulation. It goes back about 10 years. We did an electric thermal technology pilot in town. And I think there's 7 customers that installed electric thermal technology. And those customers have time of day rates and no one else has time of day rates. So we are looking, and it's part of the big regulatory cost in the operating budget, at overhauling those regulations to institute a new time of day pricing structure that you could access maybe in other ways. There still has to be some requirements for accessing it because generally it actually costs people more if they're not utilizing some type of technology to sort of front load that. If you're actually going around and turning things off and unplugging things, we did a pilot before my time, and it basically proved that people couldn't affect any substantial savings just through plugging things in and turning things on and off. So what you need to have is you need to have a battery, an electric vehicle, thermal storage, like there's a wider range than our regulations allow, but you kind of need to have something that you can automate the function of to take advantage of time of day pricing. So all that is to say, the time of day pricing will be overhauled. Council will have a lot of discussion over the next year or so about it. And when we institute a new time of day pricing regulation, it will be more accessible, but it may not be something that is accessible to all customers. As compared to NSPI, they apply it to all customers, but for most people, it results in an increase in their costs, not savings.
And a lot of people think we have that program.
Yeah.
They do.
Councillor Carver.
I have a functional question, which is where are the transformers gonna be stored? These big transformers?
So they're being stored on the Public Works Yard property currently.
Oh, outdoors on the,
Yeah,
okay.
if we did need to use that property for something else, we'd have to figure out where.
Right, okay.
I imagine it will take us as long to really advance that as it will to get them all deployed, so
Yeah.
they'll be out.
What do you do with the old ones? Do they have some special process maybe to?
Yeah, these old ones have no value, only cost, because they have PCBs in them, so they can't be used anywhere.
But we have a way there's some process.
Stark
Figure it out.
actually does the disposal, so the same company that is supplying them will, when we fill a container, they'll come and pick it up. And, yeah, so that's part of the project. So Ashley can talk about electric operating if we're, oh, sorry.
That's no problem.
Thank you. Is there a risk to the staff working on those jobs to remove the old ones? Like,
An open air environment, they're not considered to be dangerous to handle. We did outfit the containers that they're being stored on a temporary basis, like as they wait for being hauled away. The container we're gonna store them in will have ventilation. So that keeps if you first open a sealed container full of PCBs, it would be a health hazard. But what you could do is you can open ventilation, let it vent, and then enter. And then that should be but as we've come up with, it also would have some extra protection in terms of like the hull for leaks. So that we won't accidentally leak PCBs, because one of the few incidents that was noted in our environmental assessment of the Public Works Yard property was from a prior incident in which transformers were vandalized, resulting in PCBs leaking into the ground.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna put the CAO in the container, and come back in 4 hours and see if it's, when it glows in the dark.
Sure, no. Talk to Bill, no,
That's
Come on back.
So I think the police have to get tear gas before they're able to use tear gas. It's one of their training.
Yep, my brother-in-law.
I've been tear gas.
So I get.
So where are we?
town electrical utility operating?
Yeah, so actually.
More good
just
news.
wanna briefly highlight the electricity. I know
Yeah.
we've been through it before, but.
So, I'll go through, so we're looking at total revenue of 2.8. Where is this starting? This is starting on page 70.
70, hey, 70.
70.
So within the operating revenue, we have our domestic and our commercial sales and so forth. And we have, so keep in mind that that would include the second half of our GRA rate increase that we applied for last year, is applicable January 1st of this year. It would also include our flow through that we applied for in December to flow through the additional costs from NSPI. So if we, that wouldn't include anything that we may potentially need to go back for, but that has to be determined through another study and so forth. We have, the other revenue seems to be fairly consistent. We're looking at just $20,000 just for pole attachments and overnight work, that type of thing. Power purchased, we're looking at about a 1.7 million expense for the NSPI and Solar Garden, and the area it costs, which would include Eller's house, about $369. We're assuming for the Solar Garden that it's basically the cost isn't in and out at this point. The revenue and costs are netting out. There's no specific. The Solar Garden was just turned on, so we're still sort of going through and.
Yeah, but that's an interesting, in the absence of a chair. That's an interesting question, because clearly it's not just internet. I mean, the NSPI number, one would hope, is at least somewhat higher than our actual cost of solar energy.
50%, right?
Well, we don't know.
We have to collect the data though, I
That's what we're
think,
gonna find out. But if there is a delta,
Mhm.
and we're not accounting for that at this point, so how, in the fullness of time, will those chickens come home to roost?
I think we have to run it for a while to even figure out what it's costing us. It just turned on. When did it turn on? January?
Yeah, so I think the bigger challenge with being able to figure out what return there might be in the current year is around the cost of financing. So until we're able to bundle up all the costs associated with the project and figure out the long-term financing costs, it's really difficult to figure out what the actual cost of production is. That's where, if it's much worse than the original projections, that's where it will be worse. Because we haven't had cost overruns of a significant amount with the project. What we are looking at is double the interest charge from the financing, plus all those interest charges occurred for the short-term financing during the project. So those are the things that are really gonna worsen the payback, and we'll know within the next few months, we'll know before we're required to know, which we were required to know by the board by December
December.
31st. So, we'll figure it out. Ultimately, whether that difference accrues to the town or the utility is the town's choice in terms of what we want to tell the board is our intention.
Right.
And I guess I'll say it's the town's choice, because if we tell the board it's our intention to keep the difference in the town, then the board might say, well, no, you can't. So if we tell them it's our intention to keep it in the utility, they'll say, okay, great, but if we tell them it's our intention to keep it in the town, we'll have to actually fight to see if we can get them to agree to this. We don't necessarily wanna have that fight, we haven't determined yet, so in that way, we're not putting any revenue in here, because we don't know if it would even accrue to the utility or the town.
Yeah, but
So we got this, sorry, go ahead, and then.
I couldn't get the mayor's attention.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the
I,
EP
I,
numbers here.
I know, and I'm finding this hard to follow, but so my simple question is on the very first line there, why aren't the NSPI purchases separate from the solar garden purchase? I mean, don't we want to know? that how-
Yeah, so we can just express that differently, and this is just some feedback today, like,
Yeah.
do we know that the solar garden is supposed to produce a minimum of 16%? Of our energy, so if we want to just do the math and say a percentage of that is solar, and just show it that way. Even though, as Ashley said, like, we're not actually totally confident that's everything will work out. But I think there's no problem showing it that way, as opposed to just combining the heading.
Yeah, sure, I can definitely.
But, excuse me, but we have 4 months of actuals, 3.5 months of actuals. Surely there comes a point where we can say, this is what we're actually getting.
Yeah,
So I just got that report, the first report, and it is gonna come to you guys. I thought it was gonna come to next week's meeting. It's actually gonna have to come to your meeting on the 30th. But it does show that we're now exceeding targets. So at first, there were some bugs, there were some issues in the first 2 months, but for April, we've exceeded targets. So I think I was very worried we were not gonna produce the energy we thought we would. I think we're now starting to see that we are expecting.
it would be nice to see that.
Yes,
Documented.
there definitely will be a documented report to council, just, I literally only got
Okay.
it this week, so, yeah. And I've been asking for it, don't trust me.
What is the EV charger rebate?
Which.
That's on the last line.
Page
So
7.
EV charger, there was a $29,000 rebate.
In the revenue, yeah, that was a one-time rebate from St. John Energy for.
Oh, that was, it just came in late. Yeah, so we had already done the UV chargers, they were supposed to be 50% funded from Enercan, and we did them in a prior year, and all the costs were considered there. So we didn't get our offsetting funding from Enercan until 2 years later, so we didn't show it as a receivable then. So we just put it new now, so effectively, we subsidized that 50% out of operating at the time, and now we're getting it back, and it's going into operating now because we've already finished
And I
it.
just
in the
cracked it
other-
out, so it's not shown as part of something that's gonna be, I didn't want it to show it as like an EV charging station revenue. It's something separate from a couple of years ago, so I just wanted to, that's why I
As
carved it
the
in.
actual sale of services.
Yeah, exactly, I didn't wanna skew the,
That actually showed last year. According to, this is unaudited from 23-24.
yeah, cause we received it.
Yeah. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but the charges
Last
were
year.
installed 2 years prior to
Yeah,
that.
but this
Yeah.
money was put in last year, right? Was received last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the
It was
electricity,
for an expenditure in 2021.
is the electrical power that's sold at the EV charging station, whether anybody actually pays for it or not, the same price per kilowatt hour as what the residential person?
It is
Pays?
not at all, and just to recap how EV chargers are paid for, it's actually per hour rate. So the per hour rate was arrived at by averaging the amount a battery could actually pull out of that charger per hour, and ensuring that it was more than the equivalent cost to produce the energy. But it's not actually a charge for use of energy at all, and the basis for that is that all the municipalities around Nova Scotia that operate these are not going to the utility review board to establish utilities for the purpose of sale of electricity. So they're just giving away the electricity in exchange for a parking rate that is in excess of the loss of the cost. And we've just done the same thing because that's what's normal everywhere. So even though we could go to the board and ask to establish a rate to charge an EV per kilowatt hour,
So it's more
it's just not worth doing. No one else does it.
I
It's
guess-
not what the industry is expecting.
My question is whether or not the taxpayer is subsidizing the cost of operating an EV when you consider the cost of gasoline. Right, and the 100 kilometers or 100 kilometers per liter or whatever. Some kind of measure to compare to say, yes, by using an EV, you're saving this much money, but if we're subsidizing what they're paying to operate.
We had actually reported on this a couple months ago, but in the report to council on the second day of each month, Lauren is including the revenue from the EV stations there. And if you do the math on the revenue we're now receiving and the cost that is assumed to be for the energy, because it's not tracked directly, but we do the math, we're actually now on track to pay off the EV chargers quite a bit earlier than we anticipated, even net of the cost of purchasing the energy. So they are making money, like the net currently for the town, even with the capital considered, they will actually be in the black within 5 years of their installation, which is quite a bit better than we assumed when we put them in. We were like, nobody's probably using these for the first 5 years, but they've actually been using since.
But you're not including the cost of the power.
Yeah,
They're in there.
You are.
yeah. So the power is very affordable.
just-
So if you look at it comparative, we just did
It's
the
just-
analysis here,
Yeah.
like the cost of powering a vehicle for a full year of use for 10,000 kilometers was $350. So I mean, it's not comparable to gas, like if the cost of, that's why people use EVs.
And that's the real unsubsidized pricing.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I guess Mayor, to your point, like it would be a different price point if someone had an EV charger that's installed in their garage. That then their cost of charging up their car would be their power cost, but I guess to your point, for the publicly available ones that the town has provided, that it's just a different business model. They're paying a parking fee, not necessarily paying a rate that's correlated to power.
Okay.
But the blend gives us a rate of return that we enjoy.
But on that point, are we not subsidizing the ones that are in people's houses?
no, they're just paying the meter cost electricity.
Yeah.
So it runs
Yeah,
through like
what's-
any other.
What was
appliance.
the EV program that we instituted for people to get money?
Well, I mean, so we're providing a billing credit for people who remit to us their time of day usage information. We're receiving something in exchange for the money that we consider to be a fair exchange. So, I mean, the fact that we've decided to buy that information from people doesn't really subsidize their change.
No, but the original plan for that EV program was a subsidized program. Back when it was initiated 3-4 years ago.
And we're still talking about using the home program to provide preferential financing, but we're not talking about any subsidies.
Well, okay, but it's morphed into this other thing.
Councilor Green.
Oh, sorry. So back to, like on page 72, and I guess we won't know the final answer, but just conceptually. Conceptually, if we go through our many meetings we're gonna have around the final decision around the regulatory structure of the solar garden. And we come to the conclusion, which I think we're all coming to, that the solar garden would be best maintained inside the utility, because that's what the regulator wants, and seems like we prefer to take the pain of going through that process rather than going through the really onerous task of wanting to maintain it outside of the utility. That number on the first line would notionally go down, because that number would be based on our cost, not on our notional PPA that we haven't put in place.
Correct.
Right? So so theoretically, that a portion of that stream which is coming in at the market rate, given which is the same as Nova Scotia Power, would drop to our operating costs. So I guess still to your point, we don't have the all-in operating cost yet. Not that we don't know what the operating costs are. It's just that there are carrying costs, borrowing costs, and the long-term maintenance costs, which are still being negotiated. And when we have those costs, we'll bundle it all up together, and then we'll have a notional PPA, which we won't need because all of the asset will be in the utility.
That's all correct, and if we show the 16% that we assume comes from the solar garden on a separate line,
Mhm,
you could then say that at the end of the year, when that's trued up to the actual cost,
mhm,
that will probably be like 80% of what we thought it would be, or whatever the differential is.
right.
But that would be a benefit. So if that results in offsetting revenue to the projected deficit, we quite possibly are not expecting to run an operating deficit for the electrical utility this year. But because of a lot of choices to very conservatively express the information, we're projecting it out.
Well, that, I guess, is the question that we won't have by the time we pass the budget, but we want to have at some point, or certainly in the next council, we want to have is really through these rate increases and through contributing the solar garden asset to the utility, which wasn't the original business plan, but I think that's probably the wise thing to do. And in the fullness of time, we've come to that conclusion. Like, I still think we're right on the borderline of running an operating surplus. And I guess it just shows you that the utility, even through all of the process we've gone through with the regulator, is still not, it's still subject to all these inflationary pressures that nobody around this table controls. Like, look at these increases in costs, none of which we have any influence over. We're just, it's really tough.
Which raises my point, if I may, which it strikes me, but when we started this project, we had a PPA, notional PPA in the budget of $85, which came from a calculation that was this much money borrowed, this much money cost, blah, 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 blah. Well, within reason, we know what those numbers are. We don't know what the exact right to the penny.
Yeah.
But we know plus or minus 10%, let's say.
Yeah.
So why can't we sit down and calculate what the real PPA is, recognizing the numbers are imperfect, but pretty close? Apply that PPA to the output, the actual output of the solar garden, and put it in accurately, so we're dealing with apples on apples instead of,
Well, when are we gonna get paid from the federal government?
well, there's that as well, but I mean, but even with that in mind, there's still,
Make an assumption.
emotionally, we know.
That's right.
So I mean, the answer to that is we've used the most conservative principles in preparing this budget. If the $142,000 deficit were a projected $90,000 deficit, I don't think it would change anything that any of us are doing. So like, we could project that in order to show like a rosier picture. But at the end of the day, all we're talking about is trying to guess what the deficit might be with information we don't have. And we've presented maybe a more conservative forecast because that's Ashley's preference, and I think it should be. But, you know, we can always make it look better, and it probably will be better. I think Councilor Wilson, every year I've been here, I think we've performed better than we thought we'd do, but that's just conservatism in budgeting.
Yeah, but there's a difference, excuse me.
No, please.
But there is a difference between being conservative and skewing things so badly that you make bad decisions. Which I think sometimes we've been guilty of, because we come out with a balanced budget and it all looks okay. And then at the end of the year, we have $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 money left over that we didn't spend. And I always sit there and think, well, if we had known that 10 months ago, what might we have done differently?
And if a citizen looks at these numbers, NSPI solar garden, right, purchase and sale, whatever, I'm sure someone's gonna say, well, why did we bother with the solar garden? You know, if it's all the same price. We've gone through what we've gone through, the angst and the financial outgo to build a solar garden that's not having any impact on the electricity. It's just to tell the citizen the story, the truthful story, that there is a potential benefit that is still to be realized because we don't have a new PPA yet. But a one-pager would go a long way to achieving that. I think he had his hand up first.
So the long-term story, if you want to express it in a really succinct way to a resident, but I feel this would go a long way. I've heard St. John Energy use this analogy and the little graph that shows it, and it's very informative. Is that, you know, all of these costs with conservative solar gardens, with the exception possibly of some of the long-term operational payments, is quite stable once it's done. So like, there's a 25-year facility, you know, the borrowing costs are already locked in once they're locked in, so the equipment's all been purchased. So, you know, if you were to say that at the end of the day, the best we can do right now, and I think we'll do something better, but that's been a subject of discussion for the last 20 minutes, is equivalent to NSPI price today. You're talking about 25 years over which the solar garden cost of production will stay relatively close to what it is now. I mean, does anyone think that in 25 years,
No,
their
it's gonna be
NSPI
huge
bill will be
advantage,
the same
for
as
sure.
it is today? So I think most residents can understand the value of that investment.
Yeah.
Generally, you don't achieve the benefit in year one. But over the life cycle of the facility, there's no question that it would be more,
I absolutely agree, but I think we have to find a way to convey that to the citizens. Yes, they can understand it, no question, but you have to present it in a way that's designed for the rank and file, the great unwashed masses like us that don't understand a lot of these numbers. But it provides them with an opportunity to do that. I don't know if you need a communications consultant to help you with it or whatever, but it's a huge, big project, but I think people need to know and want to know out there, and we're not telling them the story in a way that it's uncomplicated enough for them to readily accept from us. Councillor Grant.
Important discussion, valuable discussion, but are we there yet? My blood sugar is just totally, my brain is not functioning. Are we finished yet?
Finished.
Our budget discussion?
Well, we're just
It's 1
starting
o'clock.
utility, aren't we?
It's 1 o'clock and we've been here for 4 hours.
I mean, I can't say how long it will take. I think it's a matter of minutes, but it's really a council's discretion. We're looking at the last detail that we wanted to cover today.
Okay.
So I guess holding it over to another meeting for the sake of 15 minutes is surely not what anyone would want to do, but keeping 15 minutes would be up to you.
Yeah.
We have to go to session.
The closed session's only if needed at this point. I'm not
1:15, we're going out the door.
Need for it, so-
1:15.
All right, 1:15.
Again, it's not up to me. I'm good to take a motion to recommend as the council right now, but it's, this is an opportunity to discuss the budget. So in terms of that, we got to operating expenses, I think, in terms of the ability. I don't know, Ashley, you highlighted a couple of things. Did you want to speak to those?
Yeah, the main thing in the operating expenses, and let me find the page.
Like, I know we overviewed these highlights when we first went through this. So
Yeah, no, the one thing I want to put on page 76 is basically that we're looking at another $80,000 in regulatory expense, so the stuff isn't cheap to go through this process. And that could be various things, that could be flow throughs, DRAs, even I guess going to the utility board regarding the ownership of the solar garden, there's.
Line
And
was-
updating those regulations for the time of day pricing. And
Yeah,
full
it's-
attachments and, so there is actually, we've identified through assistance from area of funding programs from Enercan that may cover up to 50% of a regulatory expense over 3 years, which is a shocking opportunity, but the premise of that would be we're integrating all these new utility renewables into our grid supply, and we're trying to develop rate structures that benefit the climate reduction angles. So from Enercan, we might be able to get a 50% subsidization from the explanation that we're bringing on renewables and we're helping customers to reduce their climate footprint. So we're taking a shot at that, which would have a substantial value.
So I think other than that, we're looking at a $142,000 deficit. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. I guess my question to council is there any direction in regards to the solar garden? Is council asking for that to be broken out, or I don't want to leave this meeting misunderstanding any directions for me to change the electrical budget.
Sounds like at least there is a preference to show 2 separate lines for the MSPI and so.
Yeah, and I can break that out.
Yeah,
Is there anything else?
I think breaking that out would be helpful.
Yeah, okay, sure.
That's the only last question I have. So this is just a cash view, right? We don't have depreciation in here. It gets that, we're not, okay.
Appreciation for electrical is not funded.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So where's the interest associated with the operating line? The $2.7 million operating line is that all those costs, those carrying costs that we're carrying now, like where are those expensed? Are they in town general?
Well, the carrying costs would be capitalized, right? Like the interest on the loan?
Is that the practice? What do you just have? Are you just have a big work in progress account that you're booking all those?
Basically, yeah, so I think we decided last year that interest was at such a material amount with.
Well, that's music to
that
my
it
ears. I'd love to
doesn't
know
make
how,
sense. Yeah,
like,
so
how
we're
much is
looking
it?
at-
It must be huge. It must be well over $1 million.
I wouldn't be able to tell you offhand, but I could certainly find, I can make it up.
Okay. So that, though, so we funded the cash flow out of that through town general, and we're just keeping those costs and we're gonna consolidate that with the capital costs of the solar garden, and we're just gonna add it all to the rate base.
Yeah, I mean, it's the cost of.
Okay,
creating
that
solar
sounds good to
gardens, so
me.
it's- Yeah,
But if, as long as it's noted somewhere, like, it's not crystal clear how how we're cash flowing all that interest. But inevitably, if the town general's made whole by capitalizing that interest and putting it on the solar garden, which is completely, sounds good to me.
yeah.
Just, you don't really see that in the budget document.
Yeah, all, all of that dimension in terms of capital is absent from the document.
And how are we doing with getting that money back? Like, have we been approaching MPs to advocate for us to get our money back?
Oh my God, hopefully we get it soon.
I
We
mean,
asked-
there are ways that they can intervene on our behalf to talk to someone to get our money here.
Not if Antigonish didn't send in the invoice.
Good God.
So I guess as far as that goes,
Yeah.
in the interest of time today, we will continue to provide the council updates on any information, and we are always asking.
Yeah, we're,
So there will be more information supplied on that, but yeah, we don't today, I don't think either of us.
I
can
think we
provide-
both asked the question multiple times, so we're trying to get an updated list of what's outstanding and what, and it's, we're just trying to
That's
get
their
it.
work, is to advocate for us, even if we don't have a liberal, in government person, there are others around the province. I mean, Antigonish is and Sean Fraser's.
If we were ever informed that we had submitted claims that the federal government had exceeded their published service standard on turning those around, I think at that point it would make sense to ask those questions. I don't think Ashley and I can verify that we're into
At the
that
bottom,
point at this time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might be.
But it's been a year, right? Like, we had that conversation with the area contingent in August.
But claims are being submitted and claims are being paid, so like the last time Ashley
Yeah.
received an influx of cash was in April.
Yeah.
There have been claims paid.
Yeah, no, we are getting money, it's just few and far between. What I was actually specifically looking for is what's left. What do we have to, claim, if anything, and what has been put in?
Well, are
Because
the,
we don't really get updates on when it happens, we just get updates when the funding, also the funding comes in and I go out and ask, what's this, and then so.
but do our claims exceed the operating, I assume that the operating line's max. You fully drawn down on the operating line.
Yeah,
It certainly was last August.
Yeah.
It was, in fact, they owed us 3.8 on 2.8. We had $1 million in equity and notionally there. Then, so I'm just wondering, is that still the case?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the operating line would only really, I mean, notionally with all of the carrying and everything considered, we might be a little bit below the max state operating line, but when you go to MFC, but we would be fairly close, even net of all the claims, we would be fairly close to having that operating line used until we do the MFC loan, and that's what really pays back the operating line. So like at the end of the day, we should be left holding an operating line that is overdrawn by about $2 million until we go to the MLC. So we'll get at least one more payment to bring it down to that, but then most of the operating line will still be outstanding until we go get a short-term loan from MLC,
Uh-huh.
which we can do as soon as our audits are filed.
Exactly. Especially up there, there's some now, I already got it.
Uh-huh, okay, cool. Well, that was good. It was.
If everyone feels that this is the last necessary meeting, what we've been talking about doing is having a motion now to recommend the council. Well, I guess we don't have a motion, but we would include at your direction in the council package for next Tuesday night. A series of motions to approve this budget, you know how we do
As
that.
usual.
There's usually like a dozen different motions that you have and you guys go around and so we would prepare those motions and press releases based on today's direction now. And then you'll receive them, not in the public council package, but directly by email ahead of the meeting on Tuesday night. I'll certainly make sure to get you the press releases with enough time to take a look at them. But it's a little tight because we didn't know what the final budget looked like, so
Mhm.
now after I go away from this, we prepare the final versions of this document for the public. And we also prepare the press releases and motions for you. And Tuesday night, we're gonna bring it all on the agenda.
Got it.
So that was something we really wanted to confirm by the end of today, in order to know that the agenda for Tuesday night does include the conclusion of the operating budget, of the budget process. So everybody's clear on that element? You're all good with that? Okay. I wouldn't want anyone to be off put by that appearing on the council agenda. Deputy Mayor who isn't here did indicate that if you all felt that was okay, he would be okay with that as well. So he said that, you know.
Anybody want to make an estimate of how many hours we've spent discussing our budget for the town of Mahone Bay? 4 hours today. We've had 3 other meetings at 2 or 3 hours each.
At least 2 or
So
3
at least
hours.
15, at least 15 hours that the town of Mahone Bay Council has spent discussing
In
the
public,
town's budget.
in public.
In public.
public,
Yeah,
yeah.
people can watch all
In public.
On
That's as
Wednesday
long as the
morning,
Shogun limited miniseries.
That's,
Yeah.
on Wednesday morning, the Facebook will be very critical of council who passed the motion on Tuesday night to
Without discussion,
run with this budget.
without discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when you.
Well, don't
introduce
they
it, you should
appreciate,
mention
don't they
can watch the-
understand?
Because it's really bad news. If you don't hit that gavel soon, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
leave.
Excellent.
Kelly?
Nothing
But we
else?
still have in camera.
It was only as needed, I don't. think we needed it.
The agenda